Good morning. Hey! We fixed it! Good morning, traders! And guess what day it is? It is Hump Day! My favorite day of the week. What's up and what's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, happy Wednesday, aka Hump Day, here inside of the Alpha Day Trading community. Good morning. It is July 6th, ladies and gentlemen, 8:51 in the morning. I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. I hope you guys are all fired up. I hope you guys are getting prepared, doing that due diligence, getting ready for today's trading session. And I hope you guys had a wonderful Tuesday night. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, traders from around the world, hit me with a big old good morning and happy Hump Day. Oh, I love hump days, baby. I love hump days. I don't know why, but you guys should love hump days over on the tube because guess what? Today is our free stream Wednesday. So what do we have going on inside the chat? Mr. AJ, Ken, Steve, what's up? Steve, good morning. AJ, Rodney, Bob, J, Doss, Kits King, Placid, Mad Mike, Corey, Crypto, Cole, Jamie, Lambo, what's up and what's going on? Traders inside of chat, how we doing today? Welcome back. Happy to have you here, and I'm excited to make it happen today. I'm excited to identify this opportunity, see exactly what we have going on today to lock in some profits. Yesterday was a slight slow start to the month. Penny stocks were choppy, inconsistent. We did have some great action with the SPY and the Qs, though, which kind of surprised me a little bit. I was not expecting that, but for the most part, it was a little bit on the slower and steadier side with those small caps. Today, I'm looking for a big day. We have some great opportunity, and we're going to take that time to get you guys prepared for the day as far as what I'm looking at, why I'm looking at it. We're going to make it happen, team. What's up over on the tube? We got Ron, Carlos, Ed, Nevis, the man, the myth, the legend, Jack, John, Uber Life, Lewis, Steve, Angela, Heather. Good morning, YouTubers. How we all doing? Are we fired up? Are we ready to go? Are we focused? Are we motivated? Are we hungry to lock in some big profits today? Because I tell you what, I'm ready, team. I am so ready to identify this opportunity, to make it happen, to lock in some big profits and start off July on a strong and profitable note. But traders, just because I'm here and hungry to lock in some profits doesn't mean I'm going to chase stocks, be greedy, be too aggressive. I'm going to trade what the market gives me. Okay? If the market doesn't give me anything, you will not see me trading. If the market gives me some fantastic opportunity, let's make it happen. It's all about the best trades, the best of the best setups, those A-plus opportunities. That's what it's all about. It's not about the money. It's about the great trades. Because guess what? If you're taking the best of the best trades, what's going to happen naturally? The money is going to flow into your account. If you're taking the best of the best trades and you're building those plans, you're going to mitigate your losses and be great at managing your risk. And when the opportunity's there, you are going to lock in those profits consistently. So have the best mindset you can have. Get ready to go, team. Focus on the best setups. Build those plans. Get prepared. The money will follow the great trades. So let's make sure we all have the same mindset today, and let's make it happen. It is 8:54 in the markets on this beautiful hump day, this beautiful Wednesday, and I'm excited to dive into it. I'm excited to see what we have in store for today. So without further ado, let's not waste any time and let's dive into it. And if you haven't hit me with a good morning, you better be hitting me with a good morning right now. Okay, team? Because if you're not hitting me with a good morning, if you're not getting me hyped up and fired up like I'm trying to get you hyped up and fired up, you know what? I'm just going to ban you today. There we go. Good freaking morning. All right, team, let's dive into it. Let's talk about what we have going on for the day, and let's make it happen. So the number one, we're going to start here with WORX, not the number one stock, but we're going to talk about WORX at this point in time. Okay, WORX is number 4 on the leaderboard. Okay, it's up 61% at this point in time. It's a 9 million in float stock, nice and low, trading really good volume. 5.8 million shares on average, 220,000 shares. Why is WORX even up right now at this point in time? Well, the company announced a common stock purchase agreement with an institutional investor for up to $5 million. All right. So is WORX my number one stock for the day? No. But is it on watch? Yes, it is on watch. I think there's good potential today with WORX. So we're simply looking for a break over $1. Over $1, we do have room to 122. Support right now is back down at the 50 SMA, 79 cents. So right now you have 79 cent support. $1 resistance. We're simply looking for a break over $1 to see that volume move in to get our next leg up to where? The 200 SMA. And the 200 SMA is the strongest level of resistance for penny stocks. It's the strongest level of moving average resistance for penny stocks. Okay, the 200 SMA is at 122. That's going to be your final target today. You need to see a break over $1 first before that volume moves in, before you start to get that next leg up. Support right now back down at the 50 SMA, right underneath these pre-market lows of 79 cents. Not my number one stock to be watching for today, but it is a stock that has great potential. It is on my watch list. Next, we have IINN dropping a late press release today. So IINN announces the development of HYLA blood sensor. So right now with IINN, it's actually number 3 on the leaderboard. Just dropped that press release about 30 minutes ago. It's already trading 4.7 million shares in the last 30 minutes, and on average, this stock trades 53,000 shares. It is a low float stock as well, and that's what I'm really liking about the leaderboard today. All low float stocks. What did we see yesterday? Nothing but larger float stocks. We have low float stocks, great volume, nice gap ups. I'm really liking what I'm seeing today on the up gapper list. I'm feeling really confident and I'm feeling really good about today, guys. So IINN, now it's number 2 on the leaderboard, up 67%, 8 million in float, trading almost 5 million shares in the last 30 minutes. And on average, the stock trades 53,000 off the press release announcing the development of their HYLA blood sensor. So we have HYLA at this point in time that definitely needs to be on high watch. We need to start breaking above this daily support level. So right now we have 209 to 210 daily support, which is holding this stock down as intraday resistance. It's actually right around $2.12. We need to start breaking above that $2.12 level before we see the volume really start to move back in and before we start to get that next leg up. We do have room to the 200-day moving average today at $2.68. Now, you could see this hold on up above $2, but it's really close and it's really tight, guys, right? From 208 to $2, I think you could see it down towards around 190. So I'm actually going to call 190 support here on IINN, right? It could hold $2 and just break right over that 220 pre-market high right now and just rip right up to 268. If that happens, you guys have a trade right in front of you. But I actually see a little bit better support off that little teeny doji. That little teeny doji, right around 190. So I'm actually going to look right around like 190 support here on IINN. Now, crack below 190, most likely coming down to 169. All right. So here are your support levels. Bottom support, 169. I think 190 is a good little support level, but you also have $2 natural support. Okay. So right now, give yourself a window between 190 and $2 support right now at this point in time. Now, if you start cracking below that 190 level, you do have room to fall back down towards around 169 here on IINN. We want to see the stock breaking through that 212 to 220 level. That's where the next wave of volume is going to move in. That's where we're going to see the next leg up, most likely to that 200 SMA at 269. Right now at this point in time, I do like IINN. It's now number 1 on the leaderboard, one of our lowest float stocks. Great volume, great press release. Definitely want to keep the stock on high watch right out of the gates. At this point in time, this stock is one of my top 3 to be watching for today. Moving on, we have KZIA. Now, KZIA at one point was leading the board. Now, it has fallen all the way back down. It's only up 12%, but it is a low float stock as well. 9.7 million in float. We have very good volume. 2.7 million shares traded this morning. On average, the stock trades 263,000 shares. So we have high relative volume. Nice low float stock. Yes, it did give a lot back. It's only up 12% at this point in time, but look at that press release, ladies and gentlemen. That press release is fantastic. So the FDA grants rare pediatric disease designation for Plaxib, whatever that is, to treat rare form of keyword brain cancer. So they're getting the FDA to grant rare pediatric disease designation to treat a rare form of brain cancer. That's an amazing press release. The FDA is granting that designation in regards to a rare form of brain cancer in children. That is a crazy good press release, guys. All right. I really do like KZIA because of the press release. I like the low float. I like the great volume. I just don't like how the stock's moving. On that good of a press release, I would expect to see a little bit more action with KZIA. Okay. So here are your levels. It is a stock that has great potential for today here on KZIA. Bottom support right now at this point in time is $4.44 on KZIA. Top resistance right now at this point in time is $5. You start to see this breaking over $5, that's where I expect to see the next wave of volume move in, the next leg up towards around $5.56. If we ever see that break over $5.56 as well, our top target today, I would think, would be right around $6 here on KZIA. Right? So first things first, guys, we got to break $5. Then we could see that $5.56 level of resistance. Okay, over $5.56, your additional second target would be up towards around $6 here on KZIA. Right now, you do have bottom support back down towards around $4.44. KZIA, I don't know if it's one of my top stocks to watch right at 9:30, but it's definitely a stock I want to keep on high watch for today. We'll take a vote here in a little bit, see exactly what you guys are thinking, if you think KZIA should be a top stock to watch right at 9:30. But we definitely know IINN is a top stock to watch right at 9:30, and definitely here in pre-market as well. All right, guys. Moving on, we have ENJY. For those of you that like the sub-dollar stocks, you guys have ENJY. Currently up 61% here in pre-market. $54 million in floats. So there's 54 million shares in circulation for retail traders to trade in the general public. All right, so it's up 61% at this point in time here on ENJY. 54 million in floats, trading 21 million shares. And on average, we trade 1.85. So we have the high relative volume. Got a nice float, right? It's not too large. The stock can definitely move. And it's up 61%. So for those of you that like these really cheap stocks that can move 10, 20, 30 cents, and you have a smaller account and you're looking for that 20, 30, 40% rip and run, ENJY would be the ideal candidate for you. ENJY, why is this stock even moving this morning? Okay, well, this morning, I don't know if it was this morning, but I did find this over on Seeking Alpha. I did not see this on our streamers. I did not see this on our scanners. But what I did find here on Seeking Alpha was that they are suspending their bankruptcy filing. So they're discontinuing their Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing. Let me ask you guys a question. What was the last company that did the same thing? What was the last stock that really ripped and ran that was going to move forward with a Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing, but then they came through and discontinued the coverage of their Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing? I'm not saying this stock is going to do anything like it, but I'm just saying that it could. And this is a stock that I'm already looking at today because of a technical formation. It was REV. Exactly. It was REV. Here recently. REV was a very similar, press release. I'm sorry, I got thrown off there. It was a very similar press release. They're on REV. And we all saw what REV did. This stock dumped on off and then ripped from around 108 to $10. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here on ENJY, but I want to just explain the similarities between the two press releases. Okay, so that's the press release that we did see on ENJY. Again, we know that this stock has a lot of volume. We know the stock could rip and run. It's a nice, I would say, medium float stock, but it's only 50 cents. So again, it's not going to take a lot to really move ENJY, and it's currently up 64.5% at this point in time. We do have room today towards around 73 cents, right, team? So again, for those of you that like these cheaper stocks because they can move 10, 20, 30 cents, ENJY would be a great candidate. If we start to break over 54 cents once again, we do have room to 73, 74 cents here on ENJY, which is about a 38 to 40% move to the upside. So again, a great stock for those smaller accounts. All right, guys. So we do have support back down around 35 cents. That is very good support here on ENJY. Once again, back down at 35 cents. Ideally, you'd want to see it hold above the trend line. Now, again, if it cracks the trend line, it's okay. It's not dead. You will just have room to fall down towards around 35 cents. As long as you hold the trend line, it still looks good for that break back above 54 cents here at the start of the day, possibly. And then we need to see that break over 61 cents on ENJY. Now, if we can hold the trend line on up, break above 54 cents, and then see that break above those pre-market highs as well, again, you do have room towards around 73 to 74 cents today here on ENJY. Again, not one of my top stocks. I like these really low float stocks. I like these stocks that could really rip and run 50 cents to $1 at a time. I'm not a fan of these sub-dollar stocks, but it is a stock that we'll have coverage on today. We'll definitely be discussing it. We will not miss any opportunities. We'll make sure you guys are fully up to speed on ENJY if this is one of your top stocks to be watching. Just because it's not mine doesn't mean I'm going to completely set it off to the side and not give you guys the coverage you need on it to make good decisions, to make good trades. We'll definitely be discussing ENJY throughout the day as long as it's holding on up. All right, team? Now, we're going to dive into some prior day movers and some back burner opportunities that I think have good potential for today. So, number one, CLVS for the possible mid-candle breakout. If I'm not mistaken, it was Steve, I think, movie star or Steve, said, hey, CLVS, is it a mid-candle breakout? I said, you know what? It sure is. Looking pretty decent for a mid-candle breakout here on CLVS. We need to see the break over 241. That's where the volume's really going to start moving on in. That's where we could start to see that next leg up here on CLVS is if we can start to break back above that 241 level, okay? We also need to break above 251. Why do we need to break above 251 as well? Not only do we need to break above the spiking high from June 21st and yesterday's close, we also need to see a break above the 200-day moving average here on CLVS. So again, if we can break 241, that's a good first sign. Do we have volume? Is it taking on off? Does it look strong? Then we need to really see if this thing can break above that 251 as well. And if we can, we have great potential to 273. We have great potential to 290. And then we could see CLVS all the way up towards around $3. So again, I will not touch this stock unless it's breaking that 241 and 251 level as well. Then we can see that leg up. that's when we could see that volume pushing this to 273, 290, and then $3. So right now at this point in time, CLVS is a back burner trade for the possible mid-candle breakout. And then lastly, we have REV, right? I like REV. Again, the thing dumped on off. It looked like it was going to crack below the 20 EMA and the 50 SMA, but it bounced on right back up. We had a decent little bounce yesterday off the 50 SMA and off that 20 EMA. And we can see over the last 3 trading sessions, this stock has came down to the 20 EMA and bounced. Down to the 20 EMA the next day. Yesterday, we bounced. This stock looks like it wants to break $6. It really has that look as if it wants to break $6 and get that next leg on up. So REV is my number 1 back burner stock at this point in time. I'm looking for a simple break over $6. That's where I expect to see a lot of volume move in. That's where I expect to see traders start to step on in to REV once again, pushing the stock back up to 8, and then possibly that 200-day moving average up towards around 869 here on REV. All right, guys. So again, these are my 2 back burners. We got CLVS for the possible mid-candle breakout. That's a back burner at this point in time. And then we have REV for the break over 6, possibly back up towards around 8, and then 896. Again, REV just has that look to it, like it wants to get that $6 break and really take on off. So REV at this point in time is a back burner. You have ENJY that has good potential, good press release, nice low float, great volume. It's meeting the criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. It has great potential. So does KZIA. So does IINN. And so does WORX. Out of those 7 stocks we just discussed, I'm still really set on IINN as my number 1 personally, guys. So if I had to choose one stock out of those 7 stocks we just discussed, I would say IINN at this point in time is the number 1 stock that I want to be watching. But what are you guys thinking over on YouTube? What are you guys thinking here inside the chat? Do you guys like WORX? Are you on the same page with me that IINN looks fantastic? Good press release, nice low float stock, great volume, decent technicals. I like it. What about KZIA? I like KZIA as well. That press release is phenomenal. ENJY. Maybe you guys like this one. It has great potential, 38% potential to the upside. Maybe REV for that $6 break, or maybe CLVS for that mid-candle breakout. What's the number 1 stock that you guys like as far as your number 1 out of the gate? I personally like IINN at this point in time, guys. And right now, IINN is going to be my number 1 watch to start the day. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about the SPY and the Qs real quick. We do have our Fed minutes today at 2 p.m. All right, Fed minutes at 2 p.m. I don't know if the market's going to be sideways. I don't know if it's going to be volatile. I don't know if it's going to break on out to $400. I don't know what's going to happen leading up to those Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. But we need to be mindful that we do have those Fed minutes at 2 p.m. And when those minutes are released and we start to get those details of the last FOMC meeting, that could definitely bring in some action and some volatility to the market. So here are your levels. And I'm really looking at the SPY over the Qs today, just so you guys know. I'm looking at the SPY over the Qs today. The SPY, if we start to break over this 383.21 resistance level, we do have room to the 20 EMA at 385.36. So there's not tons of opportunity to the long side, but there's decent opportunity to the long side. So breaking over 383.21, I would think about taking the SPY long to 385.36. And yes, on options, because I do have a nice little small options account funded, and we will be starting to work more options. And I do have a big announcement coming on up. So again, the SPY, over that level of resistance, we have room to that 20 EMA. I personally want to see it fail to break resistance. Okay, if it doesn't fail, I'll simply trade what the SPY is giving me to the long side, maybe about 2 to 2.5 points to that 20 EMA. I would personally like to see it fail. And the reason why is we have so much more room to the downside. I have strong resistance drawn up here at 383.21. So if we can come on up and we can get rejected here off resistance and not break, we could see this come right back down towards around 379.71. And we're just in a sideways channel at this point in time, guys. That's all we have. We have bottom channel support, 379.71. Top channel resistance, 383.21. If we break top channel resistance, we know we have room to the 20 EMA. If we can't break top channel resistance, we have room to bottom channel support right around 379.71. And then I'm really wanting to see if we can crack that level of support, because if we can, we could see this fall all the way back down towards around yesterday's lows, Friday's lows, Thursday's lows, right around that 372 to 373 level. So I would really like to see resistance hold this stock down, see sellers move on in, bring it back down to bottom channel support, eventually get that crack of support and see that next leg down into that 373, 374 level. That would be ideal. That would be one of the best opportunities that we could see here on the SPY. But if we don't see that unfold, if we don't see that develop, and let's say we're going to have a nice green day, again, we're looking for the break over 383.21 up towards that 20 EMA here on the SPY. All right. It really depends on what the SPY and the Qs do. All right, team. So the next 4 stocks I'm going to discuss, well, actually the next 3 stocks that I'm going to discuss, really depends on what the SPY and the Qs do. Okay, so if the SPY and the Qs break resistance and they start ripping to the upside and we're having a nice green day, I am not looking to trade Costco. Costco is only on watch today if the SPY and the Qs smack resistance, get rejected, crack support, start fading and falling. If we're going to have a nice red day, I am looking to short Costco. Costco, I've attempted to short for the past couple of days. I haven't been able to nail the short on Costco, but this setup is still intact. It still has potential to get a nice big leg down. A possible day trade that could turn into a swing trade off this massive daily bear flag. But it all depends, and it all comes down to, is the overall market going to have a red day? Is the SPY going to get rejected off resistance and move lower? Are the Qs going to get rejected off resistance and move lower? If so, we can see Costco move with the broader market as well, like we have seen. Now, if the SPY and the Qs start breaking to the upside, I'm not looking to trade Costco whatsoever. I will take it off my watch list. I will simply shift my attention to Snowflake, SNOW. This stock looks great. This stock looks fantastic. I definitely have it on high watch. So assuming the overall market is having a green day, the SPY's breaking and moving on up, the Qs are breaking and moving on up, I'm looking to trade SNO above these pre-market highs up to 160 and 165. This stock just broke out of a moving average squeeze formation. We had a 20 EMA, 50 SMA moving average squeeze formation, and we saw SNO play on out. This stock went from around 140 to 155 yesterday, over 15 points to the upside off of a simple moving average squeeze formation, and also thanks to the overall market for having a nice strong green day. So it was such a strong green day and such a strong close that I do believe we can see a continuation today on SNOW, only if the overall market has a nice green day as well. Okay, so if we do see the SPY and the Qs moving on higher, breaking these levels of resistance, getting another leg to the upside, I do believe SNOW can hit 160 and then 165 today, definitely on high watch. But again, if the markets start fading and falling and we're having a red day, Snowflake comes off my watch list. I'm not looking to trade it. I will shift my attention over to Costco because I think Costco could be a nice big drop coming on up, assuming the markets have a weak red day. Assuming the markets have a good, strong green day, thanks, Catherine, Apple. All right, Apple looks really nice here. Yesterday, we have confirmation off this little inverse head and shoulders formation. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, or a simple break of the downtrend. We've just put in a higher low here. We're starting to break this downtrend here on Apple. Okay, so it does look like a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders formation here on Apple. So assuming the SPY and the Qs have a good green day, I do think Apple has good potential. We broke the neckline of this inverse head and shoulders formation yesterday. What are we doing right now in pre-market? We are retesting neckline resistance, right? Downtrend resistance as new support. We came right down to that level and we just bounced. I think Apple has good potential today, up towards around 143.39, assuming the broader market has a nice green day as well. So with Apple, you want to keep this one on watch above 140 and on watch around this orange trend line that we just broke above yesterday. If we can hold 140, if we can hold that trend line and retest trend line resistance as new trend line supports, I do believe Apple has potential to 143.39 today, assuming the SPY and the Qs and the broader market have a good day as well. All right. And then lastly, BABA. Now, BABA, I don't care if the market has a good green day. I don't care if the market has a big red day. BABA, in my opinion, is going to do its thing. All right. I like BABA. Nice little moving average squeeze formation here on the stock. Very similar setup to what we have here on Snow. Snowflake just occurred over the course of a few trading days. BABA has been inside of this squeeze formation for a little over a month at this point in time. We have the 200 SMA holding the stock down as resistance, but we do have the 20 EMA holding the stock up as support. These two moving averages are getting closer and closer and closer to each other, which is causing the stock to get tighter and tighter and tighter. It is squeezing, and that pressure has to go somewhere. 80% of the time, when we see these moving average squeeze formation, that pressure will explode to the upside. And that's what we kind of saw here with Snow. Those two moving averages got tighter and tighter and tighter together. That pressure was building. The stock needed to go somewhere. 80% of the time, that explosion occurs to the upside off these moving average squeeze formations. Okay? So I like what I'm seeing here with BABA. These two moving averages are getting tighter and tighter and tighter. That pressure has to go somewhere. 80% of the time, you see that explosion to the long side. I'm not saying it's going to explode and move higher today. It very well could. That's why it's on watch. But it may not happen today. It could reject off that 200 SMA and come back down to 110, still consolidate for another week, and then get that break maybe next week. But regardless, it's on watch today. It's on watch tomorrow. It's on watch Friday and next week. As long as this trade is intact, staying below the 200 SMA, but staying above the 20 EMA, I think the stock has great potential up towards around 137 to 140 here on BABA. So definitely, team, keep BABA on high watch. Very similar formation that we saw on SNOW. And the same reason I'm long on EVFM yesterday for the swing trade. Why did I get long on EVFM yesterday? Well, number one, the stock broke back above $1. That's a pretty good sign of strength. Number two, we have a moving average squeeze formation here on EVFM. The 50 SMA holding the stock down as resistance. That 20 EMA holding the stock on up as support. The two moving averages getting tighter and tighter and tighter, causing the stock to squeeze. It has to go somewhere. 80% of the time, it rips to the upside. Let me show you another example of a fantastic moving average squeeze formation that I traded and the team did as well. ATER last August, moving average squeeze formation. The stock ripped from around $8 all the way up towards around $19 on ATER. You have GRAY last year. This was a swing trade I took as well here on GRAY, right between the 50 and the 20. Gets tight, it squeezes from $4 all the way to $7. SUNW is another stock that I traded back in the day off of a moving average squeeze formation. The stock got tight, and it absolutely exploded to the upside. These are great setups. These are great strategies. They are fantastic day trading opportunities that could lead into swing trades. And ATR was probably one of the best examples of a great day trade that could have turned into a nice swing trade as well. And that's why I'm currently long on EVFM off this possible moving average squeeze formation. I would expect to see some action today. Off of yesterday's little green candle with a little bit of volume, pushing back above $1, pushing back above the 50 SMA, I would expect to see the move start today. I do not want to see this falling back below $1. I really don't want to see this below 95 cents. And right now, I do have a hard stop at break even at this point in time here on EVFM, guys. Okay. So with that being said, EVFM, I still have the swing trade. I may add to it today, but my stop is at break even right around 97 cents. I don't think the stock should fall back below $1 for this to be a great moving average squeeze formation. EVFM still on watch for me as I'm maintaining and I'm managing the swing trade position. REV, a little bit of a back burner, over $6. I do think we have potential to 8, and then 8.96. CLVS on watch for the possible mid-candle breakouts. You guys do have ENJY with a great press release, great volume, nice low float stock. Definitely on watch for today. You have KZIA, same thing, meeting that criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. It's going to be on watch for today. IINN is my number one stock. And then we do have WORX as well. All right. Again, the SPY breaking 383.21. We have room to 385.30. If we do not break above that level of resistance, we have room to fall back down towards around 379.71. If we ever crack below 379.71, we can see this fade and fall down towards around 373 to 374. Keep in mind, 2 p.m. today, Fed minutes. Okay, the market could be flat and choppy. It could be volatile. Let's see what we have around 2 o'clock today when those Fed minutes are released. Depending on what the market does, we have Costco on watch, Snowflake on watch, and Apple on watch. So if we have a red day in the market, I see a great short on Costco. If we have a nice green day in the market, I see great long opportunity on Snowflake and on Apple as well. BABA is simply on watch for a moving average squeeze formation. It looks fantastic. It may not happen today, but it should be on watch over the next couple of weeks, guys, as there's great potential and potential opportunity with BABA. So to start the day, team, we will be watching IINN right out of the gates. And my number one large cap stock is going to be SNOW right out of the gates. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and get our day ready. We are ready. What do you mean get it ready, Josh? We are ready. We're prepared. You just spent the last 40 minutes dissecting everything. I'm ready to go. I'm prepared. I'm focused. I know where the opportunity is. I know exactly what I should be doing here at 9:30. So let's get ready, guys. Let's make today an awesome day in the market. Let's have some fun. Let's take the best trades and watch that money flow into these accounts. Let's have some fun, guys, and let's make it happen. We have about a minute and 40 seconds until the start of our day. You guys have any questions? Let me know. But let's make it happen. We're going to rock and roll. Absolutely. We are going to rock and roll. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, inside of chats, okay, this is for members inside of chats. We have had some awareness come up with our emails, okay? So members at Alpha Day Trading, Josh at Alpha Day Trading. Again, for those of you sending emails, I have not been getting them. The ones I have gotten, and I've written back, maybe you haven't received my emails. We do have something going on with our emails. We're working to resolve that right now at this point in time. Number two, if you guys are trying to reach me, please do not reach me through the talk widget on the website, that little chat widget. That's for support requests only. If you're having a hard time getting logged in, if you have questions about a membership, that's what that's for. We do have a team of representatives that manage that. So if you're trying to reach me through that live chat widget, I'm not there to respond. You do not reach me through the chat widget. You send me a message here inside of chat. you send me an email. I know we're having issues with emails. I do have something to drop today inside a chat for you to reach me very quickly if you need to reach out, if you need some help and you need some guidance. All right. So right now, emails aren't working. I do have an option today I will be posting in chat for you guys, just to give you a heads up. But again, please do not try and reach out through the chat widget. That's for support requests only. All right. We have 2 seconds. Let's make it happen. Let's have some fun, team. Right now, IINN is the #1 stock to watch right now at this point in time, guys. IINN is where my focus is. So Snowflake right out of the gate, just big time rip to the upside. So again, IINN has potential to 269. If it starts cracking below, I would say those pre-market highs that we just broke above, you could see a short back down towards round 2, and then $1.90 here on IINN. Could be a nice little short back on down towards around that $1.90, $2 level if we do fail to break out. I'm going to go ahead and locate some shares on IINN just to see if we have anything. IINN. The stock is not shortable on IINN, guys. So it is not shortable. Let me go ahead and locate and see if there's anything to locate here on IINN. IINN. We're going to see if we can borrow maybe 2,500 shares. Go ahead and inquire. It is shortable. It is shortable on IINN, guys. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to accept that offer. About $75 to short 2,500 shares of IINN, which is fine. That's 3 cents. I need 3 cents to be break even on the trade. So 3 cents puts me at break even on IINN. I am going to go ahead and accept that offer on IINN just so I have shares to short on the stock today. I do have 2,500 shares on my back burner just in case we do start to see the stock get a little nasty today. Alrighty? So we are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. If we ever start cracking this trend line, I will short IINN, absolutely. If we ever crack this trend line here, I would look to short IINN. I was also thinking about shorting IINN off of a panic pop. Again, I like panic pops. Open on up, big rip on up into a level of resistance, and then a big dump on down. That is one of those strategies that I am trading this month, right? I told you guys last month what my strategies were. Washout longs, panic pops, cracks of trend lines, dip buy opportunities, right? That's really where I succeed and I excel the most, is with those set strategies. And that's really what I'm going to be trading this month. So right now, sitting back watching IINN. This is where I would say 70 to 80% of the focus is right now. Don't really have too much going on with WORX. Don't have anything really happening with KZIA. For those of you that like ENJY, you are above 53 cents. So high watch ENJY as long as you're above 53 cents. My trade on EVFM is still looking decent. We need to see this start to break. What level did I say yesterday that we really need to break to get that leg on up? 112, right? And it kind of struggled around 114. So we need to break 112 to 115 before we could really see that action and that nice leg on up. But right now, I'm looking at IINN at this point in time. SPY, look and see if you get a lower high rejection off 383.20 resistance. Remember, we had 383.20 resistance here on the SPY. And you came right on up, quick little break over that level of resistance, right back down. If you see it come back up and say it double tops, right? Let's say it double tops. Let's say it's a lower high rejection off resistance and it's starting to roll back on over. Boom. You could look for a nice short back down to 379.71. Again, ENJY, if that is your trade, if that is your stock that you like the most, definitely ENJY over 53 cents has great potential. So again, IINN, guys, is where my focus is. And what are we going to do around that 200 SMA? Got that 200 SMA resistance here on IINN. You break that 200 SMA, I see potential to $3.16, right around $3.16. I want to make sure I still have a hard stop in the system from yesterday on EVFM. So I just want to make sure I still have a hard stop in the system here on EVFM. And yes, my hard stop is still active in the system, so we're good. I'm going to let that thing do its thing. I'm going to let that thing do its thing. Right now, IINN still moving on up. $265. If we hit 275, I am going to jump into a short here. If it pushes through the 200 SMA to 275, you expect to see it back on down and start to really pull back. But may start going red here. I'm still sitting on my hands. No trades at this point in time. As you guys can see, no open position. No trades yet. The only open position I have was my swing trade from yesterday on EVFM. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shut this this fan off. All right. So again, that's the only open position I have. AZIA still fading and falling. EVFM, again, still holding that trade at this point in time. REV really needs to be trading above 6 before we get involved. And like we said with CLVS, we need to break that 241 and then 251 to really show some strength. BABA, nothing here yet. Apple, nothing here yet. Snowflake, nothing. Costco, nothing yet. I'm just looking for some kind of lower high, guys. That's it. I'm looking for some kind of lower high on the SPY and the Qs to get that short position, which would be a nice little long on SQQQ. So I'm still sitting back and waiting for a better entry on the SPY and the Qs for me personally, because I missed that to the penny trade off that level of resistance. You should still be able to upload pictures. Drag and drop should work. If the file button doesn't work, that's why. Again, some features and functionalities down. So a drag and drop works, or a copy paste, right? So you can copy and then paste. You can drag and drop. But if you click that little plus button, yes, that is not working right now. But Corey nailed some SPY puts on the 383 rejection. Nice, man. Very nice. Nice little to the penny trade there. Way to start your day. I'm feeling good about EVFM at this point in time, guys. I'm feeling good about EVFM. I think we have potential towards around like 150. EVFM right now, not too shabby off that swing trade, guys. Not too shabby. We can start to break 120. Man, we're looking good into the 140s. And we're feeling pretty good about that swing trade, aren't we? And I'm feeling good. Taking the trade. Being able to bring that stop loss up. Surprisingly to risk-free. Very, very nice little trade here on EVFM. So we'll continue to let it do its thing. Right now, I have no fresh trades on the day. No fresh trades. Again, I'm sitting back waiting for the best opportunity. Oh, EVFM is getting some action. Let's go, baby. Woo! Man, that's exciting, isn't it? I like that kind of price action. But if it starts dumping, I don't like it, right? I like the price action when I'm long, but then you start to see the stock dump. And then I don't like it. So right now, we're doing pretty good on EVFM from the swing trade, guys. Did anybody take that swing trade with me on EVFM? Just curious. I really love these moving average squeeze formations. Really love them. When I see them, I got to jump into them. And that's why I'm really watching BABA, because BABA could set on up in the very near future. Oh boy, we got some profits in profit chat, ladies and gentlemen. We got Corey nailing some Q puts. Congratulations, Corey. Way to start your day. I'm still going to hold EVFM until we get towards around that 140 level. Okay, team. I do think EVFM has potential to get towards around 140 to 150. Then I think we could see 160, 2, and then 220. So I have a lot of targets here. So I have quite a few targets in between 140 to 150. That's a target to lock in some profits. 165, 224, etc. Again, my cost basis was 97.5 cents. So 0.975 was my cost basis here on EVFM. And right now, my stop loss is at 0.98 on EVFM. So we'll continue to let it do its thing. Still looking decent. IINN give us anything? It's not giving us anything right now on IINN. KZIA, nothing. ENJY still rocking and rolling to the upside. REV cannot break 6. CLVS, nothing yet. You have anything halted? We got GAMB was halted. Let's go check out GAMB. Halted down. USEA. AMTI. We got a little bit of a dead cat bounce on AMTI. They got a little bit of a dead cat bounce here on AMTI. That was halted once to the upside here. Again, I'm still just watching IINN at this point in time, guys. If you see anything else that stands out to you, anything you're like, Josh, what are you doing, dude? Why are you watching IINN? That's not where the opportunity is. All right, what stock are you looking at? Where do you think the opportunity is? I still think the best opportunity here is going to be with IINN. Maybe a little bit of a head and shoulders formation to get our day going. Like, I want to take the short, but I also wanted the short at the 200 SMA. I'm going to scale in here. We're starting to get the crack out of the head and shoulders formation. Right? I'm not going to use all my shares to short. Right? I located 2,500 shares. I'm not going to burn 2,500 shares on this trade. Okay? But I'm going to go ahead and start a position here on IINN. I'm going to start a position. Now, if I'm wrong and it bounces on up, I'm going to close out of that, and I still have 1,800 shares to short on IINN. But if we do start to crack the VWAP and the trend line, I will add to my short position. I will look for a nice little fader today on IINN. Especially cracking the VWAP and the trend line, I will look for the stock to fade for a good majority of the day, back down to 2 and then 190. So there was your lower high on the SPY. You still have room down to 379, guys. You still have room down to 379 on the SPY. So if anybody took that trade off that level of resistance, good job. Anybody took the trade on the Qs off that level of resistance, good job. Let's see if we're actually going to crack on down on IINN. Let's see if we can actually crack and continue this little bit of a head and shoulders formation. Again, I only started a little position because I may be a little early. It may not actually dump on down. It may pop up towards around that 268 first here on IINN. But I started to see that head and shoulders formation. I want to go ahead and get my feet wet here. Now, the next opportunity that I see to add to my position, I'll start adding and have a full size. Looking for that leg down towards around 217, then down towards around 190, and then $2. ENJY is just a little too choppy for comfort. All right, guys? ENJY is just a little too all over the place for me. I'm not a fan. I may start adding to this position here on IINN, guys. I may start adding to my position if we start to fall below the VWAP and the trend line. Ooh, we got more profits and profits, chat. Wicked Trader. Ooh, look at you. SQQQ at the quick 240. That's what I'm talking about. Way to start your day. Ladies and gentlemen on the tube, do we have any quick wins on the tube? Anybody on the YouTube right now getting some quick wins on some of these opportunities that we've had so far today? So while we kind of let IINN do its thing, Oh, more profits coming on in. Ooh, buddy. We got Steve locking in $260 on IINN. Steve, well done. Well done. I'm looking for EVFM to squeeze over 125, guys. I really like this swing trade opportunity. I'm very happy I didn't close it up yesterday. I'm very happy I held it and I stuck to my guns. If we break over 125 here on volume, I'm feeling extremely confident. Extremely confident we hit those targets, guys. Extremely confident. If we can just squeeze right here, right now with no issues over 125, I do believe we start to see 140 very soon. So IINN, how we doing? I'm going to add to this position. It looks weak. I'm going to go ahead and probably add to this position below 138. Below 138 here, guys, I am going to add to my position. VWAP right now is at, yep, 238. So below 238, I'm going to add. We need to see EVFM with no issues squeeze 125, because if we don't, that's a double top. And it can come all the way back down. So right now, I'd like to see this just go ahead and squeeze that 125. That'd make me feel very confident to continue to hold this trade into my 140, 150 level of resistance, my first targets. Again, it's a swing trade. I don't really care about these short-term intraday moves. So I'm going to bring my focus back on over to IINN and manage this trade. I would say back above 250, I'll probably exit that starter that I have and wait to jump back in around like that 270-ish level. Because this could be a nice little double bottom off 242. So you had 242 pre-market resistance. Now you see support. And maybe it's a little double bottom right here off that 242. But still looks like it could be a nice little head and shoulders formation here on IINN. Nice little shoulder, head, shoulder. I actually saw the other head and shoulders formation. I saw shoulder, head, shoulder here, but we are starting to see a bigger head and shoulders formation, so still has great potential to the downside here. But if we do start to squeeze above 250, probably a little bit of that double bottom that would push this thing back up into the 270s. I would rather just walk away and then look for a better entry if we're not going to start cracking the VWAP and the trend line within the next couple of moments. Let's see. That was a nice rejection there. I may look to start adding to my entire position. I may start looking to add full size because that big rejection at 250 there, guys. I may start to add full size because we had a very strong rejection off 250, and that leads me to believe we could absolutely start cracking 240. I'm adding a little bit here to my IINN position. I have 1,200 shares. I can only add 1,300 shares now, guys. So right now, nice big rejection. I think we start to see the crack of the VWAP and the crack of that trend line coming on up. I'm going to go ahead and start adding to my position here on IINN. It's over 250. I walk away. I'm going to go ahead and take this short. This is my short. I'm going to go ahead and take it. So I have my entire position now on IINN. I'm looking for the crack right here, right now. If it doesn't crack right here, right now, and it pops back above 250, I walk away. But I do believe this is the time that we crack the trend line and crack that VWAP off that lower high. Nice little head and shoulders formation. Nice rejection off that 250. Pretty bad price action at that point in time as well. I do like everything that I've seen. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I walk away from it. I look for a better trade. But right now, there are a few things that I see that really stand out to me that really make me like this setup for that crack on down. Now, if I'm a little early, you know what? I accept it that I'm early. But there were quite a few reasons right now, right there, that I felt confident to go ahead and jump all in, full size. Right, there were definitely some reasons that I liked to jump all in, full size. Rejection off 250, nasty price action, head and shoulders formation, looking like it's going to crack that trend line in VWAP. I feel good about it. It's got to start cracking here very soon. It's got to start really cracking on down. Below the VWAP and the trend line, traders get scared. Traders start getting scared. They start to panic a little bit. Right? Could really start to see this thing drop on off, and that's exactly what I'm thinking is going to happen. We're going to see just a nice big red candle, nice big drop on off here. So let's see. It's got to happen in the next couple of moments. If it starts to bounce here, I'm probably going to start walking away. I'll go ahead and buy a little teeny loss here. There's 240. There's 240. Crack 240. There's two. There we go. That's what we're looking for there. 231. Let's lock in a little bit there. That's what we wanted to see. Nice crack. Traders getting scared. Traders panicking. Crack that 230 now. Down the 217 next. 217 is our next target here on IINN. Exactly what we wanted to see. Very nice way to start the day. See if we can get that crack below 230. Another leg down. Where's our halt level right now on this stock? Our halt level here is... I don't even see the halt level right now at this point in time to the downside. 193 halt level. Crack 230. I do see 217 next. That's another target. I did take 25% of my position off the table at 232. Now I want to see the crack at 230 here. It's still a little 50-50 on price action. Looking at that time in sales. Still 50-50. Got buyers trying to come in for the dip. We still got some pretty strong selling taking place here. I'm going to give it a second and see if we start cracking that 230 level. See if we can start cracking 230. I'm going to give it a few more moments. I want to see a 230 crack. Ideally on this candle here. Let's start cracking 230. Next leg down. There's 230. Drop. If it doesn't start dropping on off another 10 cents, I'm going to start scaling out here. Thinking that we could see a bounce back up to my cost basis, and I'm going to get paid. But it's pretty flat. It's not really moving. There's a stall. There's a big move about to happen. You guys see that tape stall there for a second? Like, literally no orders for like 5 seconds. When you literally have that time and sales fluid, and it's flowing, and it's moving, and then it freezes. That's an indication of a big order coming through and a big move about to occur. I'm going to take a little bit more here on IINN. I have half my position left on the table. Looks like EVFM broke our 125 level of resistance, so I may need to go start scaling out of that swing trade. Not all of it, but taking some profit there. I'm getting ready to jump all out of IINN. If we don't start dumping another 10 cents here, I'm going to get out of this and take what profit I have. Because we're just sitting flat at 230, and I don't like that. I don't like how we're just sitting flat at 230. I don't really like the price action either. Still trying to give it a second. Big sellers at 230. I like that. I like that wall of selling. Here we go. Keep on offering down. Big sellers at 229. Fantastic. Next leg down, 228. Yeah, there's definitely more sellers than buyers here. I'm definitely liking it for now. Unless we see some big buy orders come through. But I still think 217's realistic here. There's 228, 227. Start breaking that 227 buyer out. 18K at 227, 19K at 227. Got 19K, 18K, 17K. Let's see if they're going to take that 227 bid out. Got 18K at 2. There he's getting taken out. 14, 13. There, okay, he's getting taken out. So he just got taken out about half. Now he's at 11K. 9K, there goes 227, guys. We should see 227 crack. You're taking that big buyer out here. He's down to 8K now on the bid. 227, you got about 8K on the bid. He's at 7K now. So he's been taken out about 60%. Now he's at 6K. 5K. Here comes the crack at 227. We should see the crack at 227. He's getting taken out pretty aggressively here. There's 5K now. 2K. Okay, here's the crack at 227. And he's done. He's down to 1,000 shares. Where's that crack at 227, baby? Where's that 227 crack? He took him out. If the buyers, if the bid goes back to 228, like if we bid higher here, I'm going to go ahead and just take my profit. Because it's looking like it's basing here, right? The drop base rally, the market maker price action, where you get a big drop, you get that base, and then it starts to rally. I'm not going to hold into that. So I'm going to start scaling out here 100% if we don't crack 227. And if we see the buyers start to bid higher out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take it. What is that? 300 bucks? I'll take 300 bucks. That's fine. I'll take it. That's a good way to start the day. It's not the big profit I wanted, but at the same time, I didn't take a big size. So for the position here, that was definitely a good trade for the position. So I'm happy with that. Now, how is our EVFM trade doing at this point in time? Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. We're currently up from 97 cents to 127. So we got about 30 cents a share out of this. Not bad at all. We're up 30 cents a share right now. EVFM. All right, team. So now that Josh is out of his trade, all right, go ahead and just jump into the short side, right? Now that Josh is out of his trade, you guys just pile into the short side. It's going to dump $1, okay? Watch it just drop 30 cents and halt to the downside. Get paid, baby! IBRX, did it break for you? IBRX? Hey, nice. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, you needed to see that 417 break. Yep, and that was going to be the leg up that you wanted to see. So, yep, 417, 418. Now you're at 477. 60 cents a share, Tracy. Congratulations, Tracy. I'm happy to see you back, by the way, Tracy. It's been too long. Where have you been? I'm happy to have you back inside of chat. I'm glad to hear that you're making some profits. Doesn't it look like we have a nice little reversal formation here on the Qs? It looks like we have a nice little reversal coming on up here on the Qs, guys. It definitely looks like we have a nice reversal on the Qs. And like I said, if we start to break resistance, we have a nice little window of opportunity to the long side. I mean, 290 on the Qs is realistic. Qs definitely look good. The SPY looks like it's trying to reverse here a little bit as well. So right now, I do want to shift my focus over to the Qs. And I want to see if we start to get this higher low U shape that starts breaking here to the long side on the Qs. So I do want to, I want to see if we have anything here on the Qs coming on up, guys. So I do want to keep this on watch. Again, maybe this higher low U shape, we start to see a break of this downtrend, and we start to see that leg up into the 290s. I think that's more than realistic. How you guys doing over on YouTube? Hit me with a what up, Josh? Why you guys so quiet? What's up? What's going on? Anybody get some good trades? Anybody take IINN? I mean, there hasn't really been a lot with small caps, though. I'm not going to lie, guys. There really hasn't been a lot with small caps. But we do have the mid-candle breakout starting here on CLVS, guys. Tracy goes, well, it's your fault. You helped me with updating my equipment for day trading. Next, I needed a better office space. Next, I decided to buy a new house with a better view for my office. Now we are building a new house with a better office so I can keep having fun here. That's where I've been, Tracy. I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, I need a nice, peaceful, relaxing view for my office. That's why my desk faces the window so I can see the beautiful blue Florida sky. Exceptional. It's beautiful. I love it. All right, so right now, guys, looking at the Qs for that break, possibly. So if we can see the Qs start to break here, we could definitely start to see some nice action. So I'm looking to see if the Qs can get that break. Like 288 break, maybe? Like a 288 break? We can definitely see it back up to like 288.74. So let's see if the Qs have that strength. Let's see if the Qs are strong enough to break that downtrend, to break 288, back up to high a day. Then we can go 290 on the Qs, guys. So break of that downtrend and break of that 288 level. Let's see if we can push back up towards around 288.74. Let's see if the Qs are strong enough here to get that break. Nice little break. Not too shabby. Let's see how... Oh, nice break. Nice. Let's see if that's sustainable. Let's see if that's sustainable here on the Qs. Nice break. Not too bad. Nice volume increasing. Let's see a strong close here on the candle. Nice close. Not a bad close. But what do we see in a lot? That next candle just comes right back down red, and then it dumps. How many times have you seen that? That candle just goes red and it dumps. So let's see if the Qs are going to continue off that nice break. And I have a position on TQs right now, guys, just so you know. It was a scalp opportunity for me. I didn't want anybody blindly following me in, so I didn't call it. I didn't call it out, and I didn't alert it because it was going to be very, very quick, very, very fast. I didn't want you guys blindly following me in, but I did jump into TQQQ there as the Qs were breaking. And I'm going to go ahead and pull my P&L over. So you guys can see that I do have an open position on TQQQ right now at this point in time on my center point account. I'm still testing this platform. I'm still testing this broker. It's pretty new to me. So again, I'm taking smaller size until I really feel comfortable and confident, and I really, get my feet wet here. I have a 25.85 cost basis. I only took 500 shares of TQQQ. Very light position. Because, again, I'm getting used to the platform and the broker and how it works. Because, again, it's Centerpoint Securities. This is one of the first times I've actually used DOS. And that's the platform is DOS. And it's different. It's definitely different. So I'm keeping it small. I'm being smart. I'm keeping it small, and I'm trying to be smart. So I do have that that TQQQ position, which is basically going along on the Qs, but $26 a share versus $288 a share. Same exact movement you get with the Qs that you get with TQQQ on that break. Take profits if you want, if you guys took it. I'm still holding it. If I see it come back down the break even, I'll exit. But right now, I want to see if the Qs can continue up into the 290s. I need to really sit here and mess with this this platform a little bit, because it's a little funky. It's definitely different. So again, I went ahead and just got out because I'm just feeling a little weird with the platform. It feels weird. I'm not really confident to be like aggressive or anything like that. But I will show you the trade log just so you guys can see that I did get in and I did get out. So the TQs, I was in, and I guess like my average cost basis was $25.85, and I just went ahead and got out. Because I still don't know how to put stops in, and I just don't feel comfortable with the platform to really be full-blown into it yet. So I went ahead and just got out at $25.89. So I didn't make any money after commissions and fees, maybe like $10. So it doesn't really count, but I just wanted to go ahead and show that to you. How's our EVFM trade doing? Oh, I tell you what, guys. If EVFM starts cracking 125 and not breaking 130, I am going to scale out a little bit. I'm going to be smart and get paid. I'm going to get paid something. I mean, again, this is up 30% from our entry. I mean, 30% is 30%, guys. 30%'s pretty nice. Would you guys agree? To make 30% in a day, I think that's nice. I think that's a good little profit. And I'm not going to be greedy. So what I am going to do is I will consider locking in half of that position on EVFM. Because that's 30%. And I mean, hey, 30% is not bad. And I want to get paid in this market. All right. Do I like the setup? Yes. Do I think it can rip and run? Yes. But are penny stocks really are penny stocks consistent? Have penny stocks really followed through lately? No. Which does make me hesitant to actually hold this, because we're not seeing like big time breaks and big time runs with small caps. So it makes me hesitant to hold it. It's up 30%. I kind of want to lock in my 30%, you know? So with that being said, if we do start losing that 125 area, because it looks like we got a lower high, and you do have the RSI fading, right? So you have the lower high here. You do have the RSI. We're losing that buying momentum. Obviously, I'm long. I want to see buying momentum increasing and holding strong. I actually see the buying momentum decreasing on the RSI. I see the volume really tapering on off. I see the lower high here. I see the potential crack of the trend line. There's definitely a couple of things that stand out that say, hey, Josh, get ready to go ahead and just exit your position, So if we do start to crack 125, I'll probably pull the trigger I'll exit. Let's just put a hard stop in. Let's just do that. Let's go EVFM sell. Let's go stop, and we'll go at 124. How about that? We'll just go 124 stop. Let's place it in. Boom. There we go. EVFM, stop 124. If it cracks 125, I don't want to beat in it anyway. I see the RSI dropping on off. That's an indication of buying momentum fading. I see the lower high, possible crack of the trend line. I think it's due for a pullback. Let it pull back. If it sets back up, I'll jump back in, but I'll go ahead and lock in my $500 overnight. In literally 24 hours, I would be able to lock in $550. I'll take it. You know, it's $550 in a day. And it wasn't a lot of hard work at all. So I do have a hard stop in at 124 on EVFM because it just looks like it wants to start rolling on over here a little bit. I want to do the right thing. I want to get paid when we have the opportunity, but I don't want to take profits too soon, especially when there's still opportunity. So where was that low? 124? I think my stop should be at 123, to be honest with you. I think it should be at 123. I think that makes more sense underneath that low. So I am replacing that order to 123. Did I just get stopped out? Oh, no. I just replaced it. So that candle here is 124. I brought it down a little bit to 123. Just to give it a little bit more breathing room, see if it does, you know, start to pop here. But again, it doesn't look like it wants to. Yeah, WORX needs to break over. Yeah, WORX needs to break $1 first for me. I guess I'm all out of EVFM now. So, okay, I'm all out of EVFM. I got filled at 123. I was able to lock in 550 on the swing trade, guys. It's not a bad swing trade. Do I think it could have been much more? Yes. And I still think there could be potential, but I'm going to wait for an intraday pullback and look for maybe a re-entry. Yeah, I went ahead and locked in that profit 100% on EVFM. I was out at 123. KZIA can definitely come off the watch list, guys. IINN was a nice short. If I would have held longer, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is. Watch EVFM go to $5 now. CLVS. That's actually not too shabby. That's not a bad break and retest, and now you're breaking and retesting the 200 SMA. So again, breaking over 241, initial sign of strength. Okay, breaking over 251, the 200-day moving average, is a second sign of strength on CLVS for the mid-candle breakout. Right now, I would say as long as you do not lose this trend line, okay, as long as you don't fall below the trend line, and ideally stay above 248 here, I still say you have potential to 273 off the mid-candle breakout. But small caps right now were really just kind of crappy. I mean, long opportunities? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean, look at IINN. Was that a really awesome long opportunity? No, it's fading. ENJY, it's fading. EVFM, this was not even a day trade candidate in the first place. REV, not a lot. CLVS doesn't look terrible, so definitely watch CLVS. RFP. This thing's dumping on RFP. We just talked about WRX, ENJY. What about VERU? So VERU has support back down at 1316. Top resistance, 1391. So, definitely worth watching here on VERU, I would say. But, you know, I think it's safe to say we can take IINN off the watch list for now. We can take ENJY off the watch list. We can take REV off the watch list. I think the only stocks that you should be watching is CLVS right now at this point in time. WORX for the break over $1. And we got VERU. Apple hit target. Yep, Apple did hit target up to that 143.39. That was nice. Snowflake didn't really do too much. Costco's just flat. Q's got a nice big rejection there. I mean, the Q's are kind of choppy here, guys. You can scalp it. right? You can scalp these opportunities, but don't expect big time moves right now at this point in time. But there's definitely some scalp opportunities here. So if we can break top channel resistance here on the Qs, we can run up to the 290s. If we start cracking those pre-market lows, watch for a leg down below 280 on the Qs. There was a big rejection there on the SPY as well. Right off that resistance level, you had boom, boom, 2 back-to-back rejections right off that level of resistance. Just can't seem to break on out here. How we doing, guys? Come on, talk to me. Talk to me, baby. What's up? What's going on? We're having an awesome day inside the chat. We've got some great opportunities. Right, so far, able to lock in over 30% on the EVFM swing trade. Was able to get a nice little short on IINN. There was a quick scalp opportunity there on the Qs and the TQs. Yeah, I know I didn't call it out, but again, there's some opportunity here, guys, for those of you that religiously watch the SPY and the Qs, and then you had 2 back-to-back opportunities with the SPY and the Qs off that top channel resistance. Corey grabbed it once today. I wouldn't be surprised if Corey says, I grabbed it again for the short. I'm getting paid. So how we doing? Hit me with a what's up? How we doing? How we feeling? Oh, the emojis work now. Yay! The emojis work. Yay! So guys and girls, refresh your browser, please. Refresh your browser. I think we do have a nice little update. All right, so your emojis work, so you can react to all the messages. Okay? You can react to your messages now. Okay? So for those of you that were really, really concerned about emojis today, now your emojis are back. For those of you that came in and didn't say good morning to start, and you said, I can't get the emojis to work, they're fixed now. Now you can say good morning if you want. Guess what day it is? It's emoji doesn't work day. That's what day it is. It's emoji doesn't work day. Oh, man, we have too much fun here inside of chat. We have fun. We lock in some profits. Ooh, love it. I love it so much. So we got Steve saying watching EOSE to see if it wants to fill its gap up from this morning. EOSE. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty drop on off there, though. That's a very, very nasty drop on off. I don't know. What I see is you just choppy. He's choppy. Oh, you want to see if it fills the gap up? Yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's realistic. All right. I thought that was I'm looking for the long. I'm like, no, I wouldn't look for a long. I would look for a crack below like 140, 145, and then you could see it drop down to 126. I definitely like that idea. Definitely not to the long side right now. It looks weak. Everything in small caps look weak. You want to be pulling out your shorts. Right? Honestly, in this market, you want to be shorting, guys. You're going long, quick opportunities. Quick opportunities if you want to go long. If you want to go short, you can actually leave runners on the table, guys. You can leave runners. You're shorting. Guess what? It's hump day. Hump day, 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 hump day. Right now, I'm still just watching the cues here, guys. I'm just curious to see if the cues have found support off that trend line. I'm just looking to see if the cues have found support off that really short-term trend line, but I'm just curious to see if they have. Curious to see if this is a higher low that pushes us back up to high a day here. I'm just curious. I'm just watching right now at this point in time, looking to see if this is a little bit of a double bottom right here off this little short-term trend line that gets this thing back up towards around high a day off a higher low. Could be setting up for a bigger picture like ascending triangle too, right? If you look at it, if it does bounce here back up to high a day, okay, and it comes back down to the trend line and then back up to high a day, and then it builds these higher lows with flat resistance, that would be a little bit of an ascending triangle breakout formation, right? So definitely want to keep this one on watch here, guys, and see if this is a trend line that is valid, to see if this is going to put in a higher low back over 287, back up to high a day. I'm curious. I do think we could see it back up to high a day, and if it gets rejected, back down to the trend line, puts in a higher low, and then back up to high a day, this could be setting up for a really nice ascending triangle. Now, it's way too early, guys. It's way too early to say, hey, it's an ascending triangle. All right, it's way too early. But if you start to see that develop, that could be something that we see later on, maybe an hour, 30 minutes, an hour from now. Maybe we see that little ascending triangle setup. But right now, all I'm seeing is a higher low coming on in, and buyers trying to push this back up towards around high a day off that short-term trend line, off of a little bit of this higher low after that nasty little rejection there. So it's worth watching, in my opinion. So right now, again, I'm just kind of watching the Qs and then the TQs right now. Looking to see if this is going to be that higher low little push here. Just curious. Just curious to see if we do start to pop above 287.50 on the Qs and see if the TQs can break above 25.80. Might be a little something here back up to high a day, guys. So again, I'm just watching right now just to see what price action looks like and all that good stuff. It's definitely really choppy right here right now, though. There's definitely not a lot to go off of. It's definitely a chop fest over the last, about 10 minutes. But I'm just curious to see if that higher low does end up help the stock push on up. Let's see if it helps the Qs push here. You see a lot of resistance at like 287.40, and it's been hitting it, backing off, hitting it, backing off, hitting it, backing off. I'm curious to see if buyers can push this above 287.40 and see if it does get back up to high a day. You building some short-term higher lows? I'm just curious. Let's see. Yeah, you got a lot of selling pressure right there, guys. You got tons of selling pressure at 287.40. You're on the Qs. So you got a lot of selling pressure at 287.40. I've been watching it for the past, 5 to 7 minutes. You got a lot of selling pressure there. If it doesn't break here, I would expect to see the Qs down at low a day. If it doesn't break here, I will expect to see the Qs start to fade. I would think sharply the low a day, just based on the price action I've noticed here over the past few moments. So I'm just curious, see what happens. I want to see if we have anything presenting itself coming on up on the Qs, the SPY, the TQs, the SQs. I want to see if we can get something going. So right now, it's definitely struggling right here at that 287.40. Like I was saying, if it doesn't break at 287.40, I do expect to see a little bit of a sharp drop here. Symbol is shortable. Oh, that's cool. Go. All right, now that's squeezing here a little bit. It broke, and now it's opening on up here, so I definitely want to keep this one on watch. There was a recent article talking about a few stocks that have gotten crushed that may have some potential. Playboy was mentioned. I remember that you used to trade that last year. Playboy was a super awesome trade last year. PLBY. Playboy was amazing last year. I remember even talking to Cole when I was driving one day. He's like, I'm going to take some calls on it. And this thing, literally a week later, ripped all the way to $40, and we were talking about it at $25. Playboy was awesome. So I got to do some more DD on PLBY to see if it's still something that's a good, and maybe hedge. I don't know. It definitely has potential. I got to do more research on it for sure. It was $6 on REV. If it broke over 6 on REV, that's where it was like 6 to 615. 6 to 615 is where I said a lot of volume is going to start moving on in to REV. It has that look to it on the daily chart, like it wants to break and squeeze. Why? Is REV moving? Yeah, there, cool. Nice little pop there on REV. So now REV 640, guys, over 640, 650. I would say that you're going to run up towards around 7. And then you're going to run up towards around 814 next. So those are your next two targets. Call it $6.90 to $7, and then $8 on REV. So REV is working out now. Yeah. Let's just watch REV at this point in time. So right now it's 10:33. We've been live for an hour, and it's felt like forever, but the market is awesome. The market's on fire. When you're having so much fun, time slows down. And right now, time is slowing down. There is so much opportunity. We are focused. We are making it happen. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? Ladies and gentlemen, inside the chat, do we have any questions, comments, concerns? Anybody over on the YouTube? IINN, is it reversing? I mean, it's a weak reversal. It's definitely nothing that really stands out to me and says, oh my gosh, that is a trade. You came down to pre-market resistance, and you are bouncing here as intraday support. So look at all of that resistance you had on IINN at 210. Tons of resistance, nice big break. This is the first time that we've came down and we've retested that 210 resistance as support. So it could be reversing a little bit of a double bottom. If you are planning on jumping into this trade, you're putting your stops under 210. Okay? So if you are looking to jump in, Jameson, to IINN off that 210 double bottom potential reversal, you will want to put your stops right underneath that level, and you're going to look to take some profits right around 235. Alex, what's up? Hey, all in Alpha, wanting to ask for some suggestions. As a new learning day trader and still going through the video resources here, what would be 3 good strategies to focus on for this month on a paper trading account? Would a downtrend break, a bull flag, and a head and shoulders be a good choice? Alex, I would say the downtrend break, absolutely. We call that the boom, boom, bang. The downtrend break, that is definitely a strategy to get to know, to get under your belt. It's simple, it's easy to learn, it's easy to master, and it's a super profitable strategy if executed correctly. So yes, the downtrend break number 1. I would say bull flags, stay away from bull flags right now. Stay away from bull flags right now. They do not work. It is the most popular pattern, and it's the most manipulated pattern. Stay away from bull flags, please. Head and shoulders, yes, I think that's a good strategy, right? Definitely learn the head and shoulders. I would say if you're going to learn the head and shoulders formation, learn the inverse head and shoulders formation as well. It's the same criteria, right? If you learn and master a head and shoulders, you can learn and master the inverse head and shoulders, because the only difference is it's upside down. One's a bullish reversal and one's a bearish reversal formation. So I would say downtrend breaks, absolutely. I would say the head and shoulders and the inverse head and shoulders formation. Really, the inverse head and shoulders formation, okay? I would say that's fantastic. If you're going to do one more, which I recommend 2 to 3 at a time, like as a brand new trader, I would say 2. But if you're going to say, I'm doing what I want, Josh, right? I'm taking it into my own hands here. I'm going to go 3. I would say the next one that you should learn, the break and retest. I would say the break and retest. You got to ask yourself first, Alex, are you going to be going long on a real account, or are you going to be going short on a real account? So I'm asking you that question. Are you going to be going long 80 to 90% of the time? Are you going to be going short 80 to 90% of the time? Or are you going to be 50-50 with long and short? Based on that response, I would definitely point you in one direction over the other. Steve says, stay away from the bull flag on YouTube. Right when I said it too. I plan long. All right. The break of the downtrend, the boom, boom, bang. Okay. Definitely learn that strategy. It's awesome. The inverse head and shoulders, right? It's such an awesome reversal formation. They're super powerful. They work well. Okay. And then I would say, and this is just my recommendation, anybody else can say, hey, this is what I would recommend inside a chat. I would say a break and retest. You're going to be going long. Do not buy the breakout, wait for the breakout, wait for the retest, then get long. That's going to help you remove buying high a day breakouts as a new trader. So I would really hone in on my version of trading breakouts, which is the break and retest strategy. If anybody disagrees, if anybody has a different recommendation, please let Alex know. But I would say the boom, boom, bang, it's amazing. The inverse head and shoulders, and then the break and retest. And I think the break and retest is a must, because that's going to teach you why you should not be buying the breakouts as a brand new trader. You should wait for the breakout, let the stock prove itself, let it come right back down. Retest, make your entry, then get long. I'm glad I got out of the EVFM position. Really happy that I got out of that for now. That trend line's really holding on up here on TQQQ, guys, which means it's holding on up on the Qs as well. If you guys like this possible ascending triangle that could be forming, you guys have QQQs right ahead of you, right? You guys have the Qs, you guys have the TQs, you have some potential, you have some opportunity right here in front of you at this point in time. This could be turning into one big ascending triangle breakout. It's really, really early, guys. It's really early, but it's worth noting. It's worth watching. You are respecting that trend line several times. You could see it right back up the high a day. Your reward outweighs your risk. Sure. Because your risk is below the trend line. Your reward is high a day with a possible break over high a day. So something worth watching here on the Qs. Rob from the NYC got 155 on the day. H with a nice little profit on the day. Crypto Cole locking in some profits. Wicked Trader and Corey locking in some profits. Traders inside of chat continue to drop those profits inside of profit chat. Let's see what you guys are doing on the day. Let's motivate and inspire everybody else inside of chat that if you can get inside of profit chat, so can they. So post those profits on up, motivate and inspire everybody else inside of chat. And once again, good job and good work. Right now, team, there is not too much happening to where I really want to be aggressive and just trade. I want to find these just amazing opportunities, these amazing setups. Right now, I'm not really seeing anything that really stands out to me that I want to just jump into right now at this point in time. Yes, Alex, 100%. What I would be doing, Alex, if I were you, is come inside the chat 8:50 at the latest. Because if you're here at 8:50, you got 40 minutes to get prepared with us and the team, right? Then, if you want in the morning, come in, dive into our morning stock newsletter. Look at every single stock with news. Dissect these. See what you like, see what you don't like. Look at my top stocks of the day, what I like and why. Pre-market gappers, prior day movers, okay? Understand pre-market stock selection. So go to the video lessons library, type in pre, and watch pre-market stock selection. It's going to teach you what to look for in press releases, what to look for in the float, the gap up, the volume. It's going to help you dissect these stocks. It's going to help you identify 2 to 3 stocks that look really, really good to you based on that pre-market stock selection criteria. And then make sure you're inside a chat every single day. Again, we're live from 7 to 7. We jump on the mic at 8:50 to get you prepared for the day. I post up every single stock with news inside of alerts. I actually post up alerts as well. ENJY this morning at 7:40, over 54 cents, room to 73. We send out signals as well. So there's so many resources for you to take advantage, to find these stocks, to have them on your watch list, to sit back, to stay focused, and wait for these setups and strategies to come to you so you can make it happen. All right. So again, like this morning, for example, if I can't see it on my screen. REV will be on high watch over 6 today. This stock looks like it's ready for its next leg up. REV just ripped up towards around $6.50. So again, we're making sure that you guys are prepared all day, every day. The morning stock newsletter, the video lessons library, pre-market stock selection inside a chat, posting everything in alerts, sending out those signals to you guys as well. And there's so many ways for you to find the best stocks, to sit back and watch those stocks and wait for those opportunities to come to you. Yes, there is FOMC this afternoon, Mr. Corey. You got Fed minutes at 2 p.m. 2 p.m., you got the Fed minutes. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little break here. All right, we're going to take a quick little 3 to 5 minute break. Get up, stretch your legs, use the restroom. That's what I'm going to do. And we'll be right back to continue our trading session. I'll see you guys back here in about 3 minutes. we're back. All right, traders, let's see what we have going on and see if there's any other opportunity to lock in some profits, guys. All right, so let me know if there's anything that you see that stands out, and we will absolutely take a look at it. Right now, REV, big rip on up. Now it's fading. IINN, nice rip this morning. Fading pretty much all morning. Now it's bouncing a little bit, but that was not a strong bounce. You got to be getting in and out quick with these small caps, it looks like. I mean, if you get in and you're not taking profits, before you know it, you're giving those profits back. There is no consistency in this market. There is no follow through, but there is opportunity. There is money to be made. How do I know that there's money to be made? Because members are posting up profits inside of Profits Chat. Rob, H, Crypto Cole, Wicked Trader, Corey. Yesterday, look, we got profits in Profits Chat. So yes, the market is slow. Yes, it doesn't seem like there's tons of opportunity, but there is opportunity. You have to know where to look for the opportunity and know how to take advantage of the opportunity. So guys, let's get focused. Let's hone in on that one stock and let's get familiar with it and let's make it happen. If you want to watch REV and just focus on REV, just focus on REV and buy the dip at 615 off the prior high. Right? If you like IINN, just watch IINN. When it comes down to retest old resistance as new support, just get in right at support. If it doesn't bounce, get out. If you get the bounce, lock in your quick 5 to 10 cents. If you're just watching the Qs, we've talked about this trend line several times. You've had 1, 2, 3 opportunities to jump in off the trend line to scalp it very quickly for a quick trade to make some money. There's opportunity. But if you're all over the place, you're going to miss all the opportunity. Find the one stock. Hone in on it. Get familiar with it. What's it doing? How is it moving? And when you see the next opportunity, make it happen. Lock in your quick profits. Let's move on. So we do have REVB. Heather, good call. REVB is now getting some action. One thing I want to point out again is there is no follow through in the markets. Look across the board, no follow through, no follow through, no follow through, no follow through, no follow through. What makes us think that REVB is going to have follow through? I don't think REVB is going to have any follow through. Honestly, I think it's going to try like everything else. I think it's going to fail like everything else. And I think it's either A, going to just sit sideways, or B, fade all the way back down towards around 108 and then $1. Is REVB shortable? Yes, I would look for a short in this market because there is no fantastic long opportunity with small caps. Let's go look at REVB. On a short sale restriction, I'd have to locate. Some shares. Kamal, what's up, Kamal? How we doing, bud? Welcome back. So right now, the only thing that I'm really watching is the TQs. TQQQ, guys. That's all I'm watching right now at this point in time. Because right now, when I look at this, it's building these lower highs into this trend line. What do we have now on TQQQ? Maybe just a symmetrical triangle formation, right? We have a nice squeeze formation here on TQQQ and the Qs. We have lower highs and higher lows getting tighter inside of this triangle formation. We know that while this is inside of the triangle formation, we don't know which way it's going to go, but we do know that when it breaks or cracks, it usually really takes on off in one direction or the other. So I do want to point out that you do have a little bit of this symmetrical triangle formation forming right now here on the Qs. I cannot short REVB either. I mean, I could probably locate some shares. Sure. Let me do this. Let me scrunch that account number up a little bit so y'all can't see my account number. Not saying anybody's going to do anything wrong with it, but, you know, you never know. All right, so here we go. Can't see anything. So if we come in here to short locate, right, and we do a quick little short locate here, we go to REVB, and we inquire. Oh, and we're going to say, let's say we wanted to short 1,000 shares, and we just inquire. We see here it's going to be 0.01 per share. So 1,000 shares is only going to cost me $18. So I could short REVB if I wanted to, right? I could go ahead and locate some shares to short. And they are shortable right now on REVB. But do I want to short the stock? All right, let's do some more DD on this. All right, let's do a little bit more due diligence. Let's go to seekingalpha.com, REVB. I love Seeking Alpha. It's awesome. And let's go. It's, yep, 66%. Yesterday we had no news. REVB SEC filing on May 31st. So you're talking, that was literally a month ago. Okay, so there's nothing, fresh here. Let's go look at their share short, only 1.92%, so it's not like it's a short squeeze. So, I mean, nothing right there. There's no news, no high short interest. REVB is squeezing on up here. If it ever really squeezed and it became overextended at 193, I would short it. I would short it here on REVB. If we continue to just move straight up and we hit that upper shadow from last Thursday at 193, I would short it. We haven't had a green day, right? We gapped up, went red, red, red. Nice green day here. If we do spike all the way up to 193, I would short it. Kamal, I just have not been able to trade like normal after my big win last month. Just wanted to let you know that I'm here listening and learning, and hopefully when the markets and penny stocks get more consistent, let's go. Kamal, dude, that's a very disciplined mindset. Very disciplined mindset. Like, hey, the market, not digging it. I had a huge month, big win last month. I'm just not really feeling in the right mindset to be trading, so I'm just going to take the profits, put them in my pockets, and just wait until my confidence comes back. I like that. That's a great disciplined mindset to have, man. You're not giving back any of those profits. So awesome stuff. Very good discipline. Not a lot of traders have that kind of discipline to say, you know what, had a great month, big win. I'm just not really feeling the confidence. So I'm just gonna go ahead and sit back on my hands and just enjoy my profits. Sometimes we got to just sit back on our hands, guys. That's it. Sometimes we just have to sit back on our hands and wait for these market conditions to return. So right now we're just watching REVB. INNN, I'm taking it back off the watch list. It's not doing anything. REV, maybe there's something there. VERU, it looks weak. WRX, yeah, it's coming off the watch list. I'm really happy I took profits on EVFM. Again, no follow through in the market. Go ahead and lock in those profits. CLVS, no follow through in the market. What to do? Right now, it's 11 o'clock. YouTubers, now's the time. We have some fun. You guys ready? Who's over on YouTube right now? Who do we have on YouTube right now? Who's enjoying their day? Who's enjoying the free stream Wednesday? Who has learned something new today? Who has locked in a little bit of profits? Who has enjoyed this stream on YouTube? Because you're going to enjoy it even more. Coming on up. Heather, yo, what's up? Travis saying, check out KAL. I was looking at KAL. A little bit of a dead cat bounce opportunity here on KAL. But what I don't like is that big old upper shadow. I don't really like that big old upper shadow on KAL. And even if you do break 450, you have room at 5. So you got to lock in profits quick, Travis, right? Because the last thing you want to do is jump in, it rip on up, and then you see a big upper shadow like this, and you give all those profits back and maybe turn it into a loss. So what I would do is if you're looking for this break over 450, which it looks like it could absolutely break over 450, it doesn't look bad at all. You have $4 support, 450 top resistance. You could see a quick spike up to 475 and then $5 again, but you got to lock in those profits very, very quick. Simon, Steve, Heather, what's up? Do I think NRSN still has potential? I'm about to trim last of my position. NRSN? Ooh. Yeah, at first glance, no, Steve. At first glance, I would say absolutely not. Right? And I feel like the more I'm in here, the more I look at it, the more I feel like I would justify it. I see room down to 250 next. Actually, I see room a little bit lower. I see room down to 237. Absolutely not right now. That daily chart looks horrendous. It's going to come down to 237 before it bounces, in my opinion. I don't think it's going to bounce and move higher until it sees 237. Now, I think over a couple of days, it could continue to fade down to this 237. Maybe that 20 EMA continues to come on up. Maybe it comes down and bounces, but I don't think it's going to be a big bounce and a big follow-through. But what do I know? I don't know if they're going to drop a press release. I don't know how many traders were here looking at NRSN. I don't know what it's going to do when it comes down to 237. All I do know is right now it looks like crap. Right now I wouldn't want to be in it. Right now it shows more potential to fall to 237 before bouncing versus bouncing right now. So I would say before you see another move higher and that next potential leg up, I would say with 80% confidence, it would come down to 237 first, personally. PEV doesn't look good either. PEV's back below the 20 EMA. PEV has no volume traded. PEV doesn't have a reason to move right now. So the question is, do you think PEV will be back up eventually? I would say eventually it very well could be. Right? But that doesn't take any skill to say that. Right? At some point in the future, yes, PEV will be higher than where it is now. I do think that's very possible. What, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? What's going to cause the stock to move on back up? I don't know enough about PEV. All I know is it was a newer IPO stock that dumped, found support, and it ripped. Now it's falling back down. You have 290 support on the stock, right? You have 290, the $3 support. If you come back down to 290 and $3 and you see it kind of sit sideways like it did and finally start to build on up, you could see a rip on up, but that's really, really a stretch. That's really hoping and wishing. In my opinion, you're hoping it holds 290. You're wishing it bounces back up. Right now, there's not a reason for the stock. Right? There's no technical reason at all for this stock to move on back up right now at this point in time. There's no fundamental reason, as far as any kind of news, for this stock to be moving on up. So could it be back up eventually in the future? Yes. Do I think it's really, really risky and not worth your time? Yes. I don't think AMC will bounce back up the way anybody wants it to. Personally, I don't think AMC will move like it moved last year. I don't think so. Now, is it going to be tradable at times? Yes. Is there opportunity to make money at times on AMC? Yes. Do I think it's going to move like it moved last year? No, I don't. So right now, I'm thinking about a short position on TQQQ, guys. I'm thinking about a short position here on TQQQ off the crack and retest. Off the crack and retest here on TQQQ, guys. So we have a crack and retest. It's the same thing on the Qs, right? Crack that trend line, just came through and retested. Let's see if we put in a lower low here. If we can start putting in a lower low here, I do believe the Qs will come back down towards around 285.70. We cracked out of the symmetrical triangle formation, right? So we cracked to the downside out of the symmetrical triangle formation. We came back and retested it. So we have a confirmation of a crack to the downside, which start to increase our odds a little bit. And we just came back up and retested. Where are we going to next? We'll just look left off some of these lows. Pretty good setup here. I just took a short on TQQQ. I could have went long on SQs, but I was already looking at TQs. I mean, I could have just went long on SQQQ, but I already had TQs pulled on up, and I saw the crack. I saw the retest. I went ahead and just jumped in as close to that trend line as possible, looking for that next leg down. So let's see if we can get that follow through, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if this is a crack and retest. I do like it. I mean, it's been choppy all day. Just chop, 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 chop. And it finally made a decision. It finally gave us something to go off of here, right? Did it? It did. You know, inside of this symmetrical triangle formation, we know that while a stock is inside of a symmetrical triangle formation, right, we know that we shouldn't really be trading it because it's 50-50. We don't know if it's going to break and rip or crack and dump. But once we get confirmation, that's when we start to increase those odds. Now we can say, hey, right here, it was 50-50. Which way is it going? Now it's safe to say we can say 60-40 odds to the downside, 70-30 odds to the downside. And we came back up and retested as well. So it's only putting the odds in our favor at this point in time. And that's why I jumped into the short side here, guys. I'm currently short TQQQ, and I'm looking for the Qs to come back down to low of day, if not a little bit lower, guys. So my cost basis on TQQQ to the short side is $25.67. So 10 cents of profit. And it's such a small position that I'm going to hold it for a good amount of time, looking to see if the Qs can actually start trending lower leading up to our 2 p.m. FOMC minutes report. There we go. I love trading the stock market. I love trading the stock market. When you're patient and you just wait for the opportunity to come to you, look at how easy your job is. Now, if that trade would have stopped me out, would I have been upset? No, because it was a good trade. But we just put those odds in our favor, and look at that. You're almost up $1. That's 1 point. If you had a 30 delta on a contract, you just made $30 on a contract. Right? Imagine, just put this in perspective. Imagine you came in here and you said, you know what, I like that. I like what I'm seeing here. Right? I like what I'm seeing here on the Qs. You know, I definitely like it. So you know what, I'm going to go buy myself a 30 delta. Right? You're going to go get yourself a 30 delta. There's a 30 delta. What did that contract just cost you? Well, the contract would have cost you maybe $60 a moment ago, right? 60 bucks. You would have thrown in $60 for that put. The Q's just dropped $1. You would have gotten a 30 delta, right? A 30 delta. That means the Q's dropped $1. You made $30 on that contract. You know, what was this contract a moment ago? Let's see. Let's go ahead and right-click that. Go send that to blue. I'm curious. It was at 50 cents. On the retest, it was at 50 cents, guys. And it just shot up to 95 cents. You could have literally invested $50 to $60. And in literally 5 minutes, when the Q's dropped $1, you would have appreciated, the contract would have appreciated by $30. That's like 50, 60, 70%. So you can grow small accounts. There is opportunity. But what I'm trying to get at, team, is you got to be patient and wait. Right? There was a nice crack and retest in the flush. There was some opportunity there. 100%. 100%. One contract on that Q drop. See, Trading Hunter got it. Hunter came on in, got himself a nice little crack and retest. Again, this went from 287.21 down into the 286.30. So again, you got almost a full point out of the Qs. And if your contract had a 30 delta, you got almost $30 per contract. And that one contract we just gave you an example on would have been about a $50 entry, and you could have sold it for about $80 to $90 on that one drop on down, which is amazing to be able to make that kind of return on such a small investment in such a small amount of time. I'm really, really excited for what's about to come in the very near future, especially for a lot of you guys that are trading small accounts and options. Added to the small account, done for the day. Nice. Corey came on in, grabbed a quick 121. Very nice. So Trading Hunter even posting up his entry and exit. And that he grabbed a 285 put. Was that the one we were given an example of? We did. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. We grabbed a 285 put example because I had a 30 delta, and that's exactly what Hunter grabbed. Look at that. He bought one at 80 cents, and he sold it for 98 cents. Made $20. Is that 20? Nah, it's 19. But still, $19 on a $80 investment. That's 20% plus. That's not bad. That's really good. Now imagine doing what Matt does. Taking 30 contracts. So just take that $19 and multiply it by 30. You just made $600. You just made $600. So again, it's not, that's only $18. That's nothing. That's one contract. Imagine having 10 contracts. Well, you just made $190 in 5 minutes. Imagine that being 20, 30 contracts. Now you just made $400, $600 in 5 minutes. And the Qs dropped $1. And it was simple. You were patient. You waited for the opportunity. Okay? You only need one good trade a day to make some profit, to make your money. Okay? And that was one good trade, so congratulations for those of you that took it. So congrats. So, right now, do you have any questions, comments, concerns? It's 11:15, guys. It's 11:15 in the market. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns about today, about the markets? Are you guys looking at anything? Do you need some clarification? Let me know how I can help you succeed. If there's anything you need help with, any topics that you want discussed, anything that you want me to educate you guys on, please let me know. Wednesdays, we are going to do open floor discussions. And the reason we're always going to do an open floor discussion on Wednesdays is that's our free stream Wednesday. And I know we're going to have a lot of traders over on YouTube that I'm sure have so many valuable, important questions. And I want to make sure that we're always leaving the floor open for a nice little hour-long Q&A power hour session on Wednesdays. So again, moving forward, every single Wednesday will be open floor. That gives you an entire week to come up with questions and topics that you have for me on Wednesdays. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, structured, guided lessons that will be uploaded to the video lessons library. Wednesdays, Q&A power hour session. So again, come prepared with your questions because that's going to be the time that we break everything down and get you guys the education you need. So hit me with some questions, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now officially in our hour-long, 45-minute long power hour Q&A session, guys. What do you think about REVB? So what do I think about REVB? Well, I said I didn't like it. And the reason I didn't like it is because there's no follow through in the market. If every other stock is not going to follow through, I said, why would REVB follow through? I was actually getting ready to locate some shares. Remember, we pulled that over, located some shares, but I wasn't willing to short it until it spiked on up to like the 190 area. So I never shorted the stock. But what do I think about REVB right now? I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is because nothing's following through. VERU, no follow through. EVFM, no follow through. CLVS, no follow through. IINN, no follow through. Right? Nothing. ENJY is following through. So why would REVB follow through? Market conditions are no follow throughs. So if you see a stock ripping on up, you have such a short window of opportunity to get in, make money, get out. You start to see these great setups after a run-up, you're going to get smoked because there's no follow-through. So what should you be doing after a run-up, after that short window of opportunity is gone? You should be looking to A, stay away, B, short the stock for the fade because nothing's following through. So I don't like it. I don't think it's worth your time whatsoever. Now, if it comes down to 109, buy it for a dip. I'm not saying buy it for a dip. I'm saying you could buy it for a dip buy. What do I mean dip buy? Look at IINN. No follow through. It faded all the way down into prior resistance, came down, found support, quick bounce. Right? You could see a quick bounce like you saw on IINN here on REVB. Look, big rip on up. It's not following through. It's fading. Prior resistance, 108, 109. Maybe you see it come down and bounce off that level for a quick little pop on up. There could be some opportunity there for you here on REVB for a dip buy for a quick little bounce here at 108, 109 on REVB. Should I try QQQ today? What do you mean by should I try QQQ today? And while I'm waiting on a response again, how many individuals do we have on YouTube? So when I asked last time, we had 3 individuals. So we had Heather. Yo, what's up? Simon's here. Steve. Do we have anybody else here over on YouTube? It shows we have 50-some viewers. But is everybody asleep right now? I think everybody's sleeping. Do we have all 53 traders here over on YouTube? You got Ron, yo, Sarah, and Carlos. Oh, everyone. Okay, we got more traders here. Jameson, yo. I was just curious. I was like, did everybody just shut down the lead today? Is everybody gone? Ladies and gentlemen, Carlos, Sharon, Ron, Jerson, Simon, Richard, Jameson. I'm sure you have questions. I'm sure there's things you need help with. I'm sure there are topics you would like to have discussed. So do not hesitate. Do not hold back. Do not think that, oh, my question may be looked at as silly. There's no such thing as silly or stupid questions. That's what we're here to do, is to help you move forward and always take your next step forward every single day. So use this time. Use this time to use me and abuse me and ask some questions if you guys need any help whatsoever. right now we do have an open floor Q&A session, and I want you guys to utilize this time and take advantage of this opportunity to pick my brain, to learn something new, to refresh yourself on the topic. I want you guys walking away more knowledgeable than how you came in. So please utilize this time to ask away. We have about 40 minutes until we officially dive into lunch. I bought PEV at $8. Should I wait for it to go back up, or should I sell it? Let's do this. Let's get the team engaged here. Ladies and gentlemen, inside a chat, right? Members inside a chat. Mr. Simon is asking, I bought PEV at $8. Should I wait for it to go back up, or should I sell it? What advice would you give? Not advice, but what type of recommendation would you give to Mr. Simon over on YouTube? He bought PEV at $8. Should he sell it or wait for it to go back up? What advice would you want to give Simon over on YouTube? And again, I want to get the team engaged in the team thinking a little bit as well. Not only is this beneficial to you, Simon, but this is beneficial to some traders inside a chat, to get them thinking, to get them looking at PEV, to get them doing some due diligence. Again, this is very beneficial. Let's see what the team has to say, and then I'll give you my recommendation. Miguel, I'm running a small cash account with limited trades. Recommendations. I will absolutely give you a recommendation here in a moment, but let's answer Simon's question, and I will absolutely give you a recommendation on what I think you should do on a small cash account. Simon, what was your price? $8. He bought it at $8 on PEV. He is holding PEV at $8 per share. The question is, should I wait for it to go back up, or should I sell it? He spent $800 or $1,600, down 50% at this point in time. All right. So Simon spent $1,600, currently down 50% on his position. And just go ahead and read what members are saying inside a chat. And this is the importance of being a part of a team, being a part of a community that support one another, that hold each other accountable to make the best decisions possible, so you don't ever have to second guess what the best decision is, Simon. So right now, this is what members inside a chat are currently saying, and this is what they would do with their own money if they were in the same position. Carlos, hey Josh, my son and I are going to be joining this week. My son wants to learn, and I do too. That's absolutely amazing. We cannot wait to have you a part of the team, a part of the Alpha Day Trading family. You and your son, that's going to be absolutely amazing to have both of you inside a chat, to learn, to grow. How old's your son? That's amazing. If your son's, younger, just to be able to learn, financial literacy and just about the market and investing and the importance of investing. There's going to be so many great things that he learns and topics, and I'm super excited to have both of you inside a chat. That's going to be awesome. So this is what some members are saying inside a chat, Carlos. Not Carlos, I'm sorry, Simon. Cut it. It's not the market to hold. Sell it. Derek says, cut it. No bag holding. J-Dub, cut the bag. Steve saying, move on and learn from your mistake. Go back and review your entry, why you entered. Remember the mistake for your next trade. I cut a position on DWAC a while ago in my IRA. Trading 100 was in at 45, sold it at 28, not holding anything until the market conditions get better. Always respect the golden rule of 3%. Cut the loss. So the question you have to ask yourself, Simon, is right now, if the stock went to zero, would you be okay with losing another $800, or do you want to pull your $800 from the market and potentially grow that $800 into $1,600. If that stock goes to zero right now, you have nothing left out of that $1,600 you spent. If you pull your $800 that's left over out, can you take that $800 and grow that back into $1,600? Can you do that? Do you feel the confidence to do that? And that's the decision you should make. Right now, if it goes to zero and that stock does nothing, you're tying up that $800 indefinitely until you make the decision to sell it. Or you can make the decision right now to pull the $800 out. Maybe you want to join the team and learn what it takes to take that $800 back to $1,600. Maybe that's a good decision, is to utilize that $800 that's left over that you've pretty much, in your mind, you've already lost, and utilize that $800 and salvage that $800 to invest in your education so you do not make that same decision again. Maybe that's the best piece of advice. Maybe that's the best recommendation, is salvage what's left over and utilize that to invest in your education so you do not make the same mistake again. That would be my recommendation. Again, that's my recommendation. That's not advice. That's a recommendation. That's my opinion. Do what you think is best for you. Okay, but I wanted to give you my recommendation. I wanted to give you our team's recommendation as well. He's 20? Oh, that's so awesome. Carlos, dude, that's awesome. What I would do right now today, if he's 20, have him open a long-term IRA. Have him open up some kind of long-term investment account and have him start investing. Have him start investing as much as he can. $50 a month is better than zero. $100 a month, it's better than zero. It's so amazing what you can do just investing into like an IRA over the next 30 years. Ask your son this question. Do you want to retire at 50? He'll be like, oh, of course. If he does nothing right now, he's retiring at probably like 80. What's the retirement age right now? Is it like 68? My generation, my age group, we're going to be retiring at like 72. So right now, Carlos, your son has an opportunity to retire in 30 years. If he were to max out a Roth IRA or just an IRA for the next 30 years, getting that 7 to 8% average, he could probably retire in 30 years at 50 years old. And that's an amazing thing right there. That's the first thing I would do, not learn how to day trade stocks. I would actually start investing. For him at 20, absolutely, 100%. And I'm going to put this in perspective for you. Let's say right now, he's 20, he's got a job, and he's able to put, say, like $100 a month in. Let's say that's all your son did. Let's say that's all he did was, he has $100 right now to open up his very first retirement account. And let's say that he's just going to put $100 in a month. And you're going to do that until you're 50 years old. So he's 20 now, 30 years, and the estimated interest rate, you're going to probably get 8% from the market over the next 30 years. On average, you'll probably get about 8%, okay? And you want to compound that annually. Let's go ahead and see what that comes out to being. So if he starts today with $100 and only puts in $100 a month for the next 30 years, getting an average of 8% from the market per year, he would have invested $36,000, but it would have grown to $136,000. That's a $100,000 appreciation, right, over that 30 years. Now, obviously, you're not retiring on $136,000. But the thing is, you want to max it out. At some point, he should budget in his contributions as you're budgeting in a rent payment, as you're budgeting in a car payment, as you're budgeting gas and groceries. You should be budgeting to max out your retirement account. That's my opinion. That's my recommendation. It should be something you budget in. It should be. If you're going to budget in your phone bill, what's more important? Your phone bill or your retirement in your future? Well, your retirement in your future is. So you should budget that in. If you're going to have a $500 car payment, you should be able to put in your $500 into your retirement account. So let's say you start with $100. And on average, let's say on average, over the next 30 years, the average monthly contribution is $500, right? Maybe it doesn't start at $500 today. Maybe it starts at $100 today for the next 2 years. Then it goes to $200. Let's say when he's 40 years old, he's throwing in $1,000, right? Let's say on average, over the next 30 years, that monthly average contribution is $500, and that's maxing it out, okay? Same 8% over 30 years. Look at this magic. Look at this magic. $680,000 in the next 30 years, just getting 8%. And that's shooting it low. That's shooting it low, right? What has been the average return over the past 30 years? Average, A-V-E-R, average S&P return. The S&P index acts as a benchmark of the performance of the U.S. stock market overall. Dating back to 1920s, the index has returned a historic annualized average return of around 10.5% since its inception through 2021. So let's just say you get your 10%. That's another average. Look at what it was at 8%. 8% was $680. Look at that. It jumps up, oh my God, another $300,000. So just imagine getting that average 10.5% over the next 30 years, simply just maxing out your contribution. $1 million. Now, here's the thing. You can't live off $1 million, can you? Can you live off $1 million from the age of 50 to the age of 80? No. Why is that? Let's go find out, right? Let's go to our calculator. So let's say at 50 years old, right? At 50 years old. Okay? He's 50, and let's say a life expectancy of 80. I wish him 90, 100, 120 years. Okay? That's 30 years of retirement. Okay? And right here it says you have $1 million, right? So take that $1 million, divide that over 30 years. That means he can only live on $33,000 a year. Let's be honest. Like, no one's living on $33,000 a year, right? No one's living on $33,000 a year. But what do? You leave your $1 million in that account, and it continues to grow at an average of 10%. So what's 10% of $1 million? That's $100,000. So he's not pulling the $1 million out and putting it in his pocket to live on. He's got $1 million in his investment account, and it's still compounding. It's still growing. It's still seeing 8 to 10% a year on average. So what's that $1 million going to do every year? It's going to generate on average an additional $100,000 of money, of revenue, of growth, of profit. That's what he pulls out for 30 years. That's what he pulls out every year for 30 years. He's living on $100,000. And at the age of, say, 80 years old, guess what he has? He's got $1 million in his account still that he can give to his kids, that their kids can give to their grandkids. That's how you create generational wealth. That's how we create generational wealth. He can put himself in a position right now today to retire at the age of 50 years old and not have to work for 30, 40 years. And then he'll still have that money in that account to pass on to his kids, for his kids to pass on to their kids. That's how we create generational wealth. Start at 20. I wish I would have started at 20, but guess what? I didn't. I'm 8 years behind, and 8 years makes a huge difference. Let's say he's like, I want to retire at 60. I don't want to retire at 50. I'm going to retire at 60. Well, that's 40 years. And just continue to do the math. $3 million. $3 million in 40 years. The contribution will be $240,000. That's how much he will put in. It will be worth $3 million. That is the power of investing for the long term. It's very important. Start young. Sorry, I get so passionate because I didn't do any of this. I didn't do any of this at 20. And if I would have, I would be much further along than I am now. Let's just say that. Absolutely, Carlos. Absolutely. That's the power of compounding, guys. It's an amazing thing. It's a beautiful thing. All right. And again, I'm not saying you can max it out. I'm not saying that you can put the 1,000 in there, the 500 in there, but I'm saying over the course of 30, 40 years, I'm sure that you can find a way to budget in a maximum contribution to your retirement account, just like you budget in a car payment, a house payment, your phone bill. You go out and you splurge on new shoes once a month. I'm sure you can find a way to budget that in if you're disciplined enough. But that is a very important topic. All right, right now it's 11:36. I'm not answering any other questions. No, I'm joking. And if you guys stick around for the next 30 minutes, I have something for you. If you guys here on YouTube stick around for the next 30 minutes, I got something for you. And I don't, actually, hold on. BBIG is at its lowest I have seen in a long time. Your thoughts on going long on this, a $500 million market cap. How could this get any lower? I don't know. Kamal, let me ask you a question. How could Peloton go from $100, $170 to $8? How could Peloton go from $170 down to $8.73? How could Unity Software of 210 go down to 29? How could Upstart go from 210 to 33? All right. How could Netflix go from 700 to 181? That market cap could be just wiped off the face of the earth. So to say, hey, it's got a 500 million market cap, how could it go any lower? You got to ask yourself the same thing. How did Peloton go that much lower? How did Unity Software go that much lower? How did Upstart go that much lower? Same kind of mindset, same approach, same thinking process, right? It could go lower. It could go to zero. They can go bankrupt, right? A stock can go to zero, and stocks have gone to zero. Snapchat from $83 to $14. It can go to zero and become bankrupt tomorrow. So never look at something as, how much lower could it go? It really couldn't go that much lower. There's no way. Yeah, it can go to zero tomorrow. So BBIG. There's a lot of people that like BBIG. But BBIG could be like a POAI. POAI was something of value in the past. POAI was a great oncology company. They still are. But they were a $7, $10, $12, $15 stock. What are they now? 24 cents. BBIG, how could it go any lower? Well, hey, guess what? Investors don't like it. They're not profitable. They're not making money. They're in debt. They are struggling. Investors don't want to own it. If no one wants to own it, no one's buying it. If no one's buying it, it's not doing anything. It's dropping in value. There's no shareholders to move in to own BBIG for it to be worth something of value. So the question is, BBIG is the lowest I have seen in a long time. Your thoughts on going long on this? You need to do some fundamental research. Okay, let's go look at BBIG. Right? Is this a company that we should own? Is this a company that you should own? Vinco Ventures. Okay. Seeking Alpha authors give it a strong buy. Wall Street is not initiating coverage on BBIG at this point in time. So let's go down here and see. We got one strong buy and one buy rating here on Seeking Alpha. We don't have anybody on Wall Street initiating coverage at this point in time. They're in the communication services sector. They were founded in 2017. They have 46 employees. Their annual revenue has been declining since 2018. They do not have a revenue estimate, but look at their revenue, 16 million to 12, to 12 to 9. So we can see that their revenue has been declining since 2018. The revenue year over year says 48%. But we can see here that their revenue here has declined from 12 million to 9 million. Their gross profit margin is only 11%. Their market cap, $270 million, according to Seeking Alpha. They have a $270 million market cap. They are $67 million in debt, but they have $131 million cash on hand. That's not bad, is it? 20% of the float is short. So at some point in time, you could see a little bit of a short squeeze. But at first glance, right, there's not a lot of coverage initiated on the stock. I don't really know enough about this stock. All I see is the revenue has been declining. But I do see they have cash on hand that outweighs their debt. So that's good. They're not super far into debt. And I want to show you an example. Look at Peloton for an example, right? Look at Peloton as an example, right? Strong sell. You got a hold. But let's go down here, and I want to show you guys something just nuts. I want to go down here to their debt, right? Look at that. They are $1.6 billion in debt, but they only have $800 million cash on hand. Now, just that alone, I'm like, they have more debt than cash. And this is a company that only had demand because of COVID. Now people are going to the gym. So where's the demand for Peloton? I don't see the demand. BBIG, their communication services sector, right? They are in the communication services sector. BBIG, I just don't know enough about them. I just don't know enough. Like, what do they do? What does BBIG do? Social networking powerhouse. This early stage growth stock is a buy. A metaverse stock for a buy and hold and a volume-based trading security. Now's a good time to buy or sell. So what I would do is, I would do a little bit more DD here on BBIG personally. The way I would look at this is a very risky investment. It's the same as Unity software. I invest in Unity, guys, right? You guys know that's one of my metaverse plays. Super, super risky. Very risky. There's a lot. I invest in DraftKings, Penn National Gaming. Super risky, right? Very risky. But I understand the risk with that investment, and I'm willing to take on that risk for that investment. Maybe you're willing to take on that risk to invest in BBIG if you think it could be a good metaverse play for the future, if you think it could be a great social media, game-changing disruptor company in the future. I would still go through and do due diligence and understand what the company is, what they do, what they're planning on doing, why do you want to own it? Not just because it can't go any lower, but what's the real reason you want to own it? What's the real reason you want to own that company? Not just, it's down so much, it's going to go back up, because that doesn't work, right? It's down 90%. It's got to go back up. No, it can go to zero. It doesn't ever have to go back up. It went from $100 to $1. It's down 90%. It can go from $1 down to 10 cents. It could drop another 90%. So again, do your due diligence, understand what it is, what company, why you want to get involved with it. And if, at this point in time, if you don't see the revenue and the growth and the stability, you see more debt than cash, more liabilities than assets, it's a very risky investment, and understand and have a plan on what you do around riskier investments. Sears was a great company, right? Sears was a fantastic company. They went to zero. I mean, again, companies don't last forever. Enron, WorldCom, lovely companies that went to zero. Lemonade from 100 down to 20. Don't forget the IRA contribution is a tax deduction. Steve always coming in with some amazing, amazing comments. Josh, recommendations on my small account. Yes, I got time for one last question before I drop some goodies for you guys. All right. So, Miguel saying, Josh, recommendations on my small cash account. Got limited trades. All right. So, what are you trading? Are you trading equities or are you trading options? Equities or options? Yeah. I may just take my profit on TQQQ. Again, I was shorting TQQQ. But the SPY's still dropping. The Qs are still dropping, but the Qs are right at support. I want to see if we do crack. I'm still short TQQQ up here. Remember, I took it for the crack and retest. I'm still holding this short, looking to see if it does get pulled down a little bit more. But I may cut it before lunch for sure. I may go ahead and just take the profits I have. What I'm up, like $150? I mean, it's not bad. It's something. Miguel, equities. Equities. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and take this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to close this position on TQQQ, guys. Give me 1 second real quick, okay? I mean, we're right at support. It's probably going to bounce. All right, I'm out. Cool. So, you're on equities and your recommendations for growing your small cash account. So, number one is only use 50% of your cash per day. If you have $1,000 cash account and you use $1,000 today, guess what it's doing tomorrow? It's settling. So you cannot trade again until Friday. So if you only use 50% of your available balance, you have $1,000 today and you only use $500 today, what do you have available for tomorrow? You have $500 available for tomorrow. And while that money's settling tomorrow that you use today, that money will be readily available for you on Friday. So if you have a cash account and you only use 50% per day, you will always have settled cash in your account to trade. That's how you always put yourself in a position to have cash settled so you never miss opportunities. Number one. Okay. Number two, focus on like 2 or 3 setups only, right? You're probably going to have to trade penny stocks. Let's be honest. You're going to have to trade penny stocks. You're not trading the SPY. You're probably not trading TQs because it's $25. You're not trading SQs at 55, right? You're probably going to want to see some growth. So you're going to have to find these low float penny stocks that can move 10, 20, 30% with ease. For example, you're going to want to find a stock like EVFM, where if you threw in 500 shares at $1, you could take $150 off the table, right? Be able to turn a $500 investment into, $650. You're going to have to find something like EVFM that can move 30%. You have to find something like REVB that can move 50%. You have to find something like REV that can move 10% plus, something like VERU that can move 20%. You're not going to really see the growth that you probably want to see trading SQQQ, trading TQQQ, trading Snowflake or Apple. So you're probably going to be limited to penny stocks. If you want to see that growth, you're probably going to be limited to penny stocks. But if you're not just in it for the growth, which I don't recommend that you're just in it for the growth. I mean, I want you to grow your accounts, but I want you to learn what it takes to be consistent in the market. If that means taking one share on TQQQ just to prove to yourself you have what it takes to actually put on a winning trade, regardless of how much you made on the trade, that's really what matters. But if you're in that, I'm already consistent, Josh. I'm consistent. I've already proven to myself I have what it takes. I just have limited capital to actually trade with. And you're past that, I'm confident, I'm consistent stage. And you're just looking to grow the account now. You're going to have to find probably stocks under $5 a share, right? You're going to have to find those 50, 60, 70 cent stocks. You're going to have to find those IINNs that have potential from pre-market until the open that can move 50 cents plus on IINN. Or ENJH. You're going to have to find these. Was it ENJH? ENJH? No, it wasn't. ENJY. You have to find stocks like ENJY where you could buy the stock, at 35 cent support and then, sell it at 53 cents resistance. You're going to have to find these really cheap stocks that can move 20, 30, 40% to see the growth that you want to see. Or you can learn how to trade options, Miguel. You can learn how to trade options as well and put another tool in your tool belt. Let me go ahead and put this in perspective for you. I'm going to go ahead and put this in perspective for you. Let's go take a look at the Qs. Remember that trade on the Qs? Remember that trade, the crack and retest? Let's just say you took the retest right here at 1121. Let's go in here to the Qs. Go find a 30 delta. Let's take that. Let's send that to red. Where was 1231? No, 1121. That was the retest. 1121 here on that options contract. So I'm just going to put this in perspective, right? I took this trade. You guys saw me take that trade I'll show you guys real quick so you guys can see me. So let me go in here to my trade log. Okay, and you guys can see my trade log here. Let's go in here to pop out, right? I took that trade on TQs. You guys can see here that I was short TQs right here on that retest, right? And I took some profit. I'm up, $50. I had a small loss. I had a small win. I'm break even on that account, but I took that trade, right? I took that trade. So instead of taking the equity side, right? Instead of just having to be stuck trading $1, $2, $3, $4 penny stocks, maybe you learn how to trade options. And the reason you learn how to trade options is you can take advantage of the market volatility. You can trade the indexes. You can trade these ETFs, the SPY, the Qs, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ. You can actually trade these ETFs, these indexes, right? Very, very popular, very liquid. There's a lot of volatility right now. But again, you're not buying shares of the Qs. You'd have to buy an options contract. So let me put this in perspective. If you were looking at the same trade that we were looking at inside of chat, the crack and the retest, and let's say you freaking nailed it. Let's say you nailed it to the penny and then you covered down here at low day support. That means you would have bought that one contract at $60. You would have thrown in a $60 investment, right? You would have bought one contract at $60 right when the Qs retested that trend line crack. And let's say you sold at low of day. You would have sold that contract at 120. What is that? That is a 100% return. You would have made a triple digit return. You would have turned $60 into $120 on one contract. So you would have literally thrown out $60 of your settled cash, and you would have been able to pull $60 of profit from that one trade. Let's say you bought two contracts. Well, you just made $100 on one trade. And to be able to make $100 on a $1,000 cash account, for example, that's 10%. If you were able to lock in 5 to 10% a day on your small options account, you are doing phenomenal. I've done this before. Back in 2020, we had a small account challenge, and I grew my small account month over month before COVID hit, late February. I was up over 100% on my account in just 2 months between January and February 25th of 2020 before COVID hit. And then COVID smacked my small account in the face. But it is doable. It is possible. So instead of just being limited to, penny stocks that are, $1, $2, $3, maybe you learn how to trade options. Do you have a video on how to trade options, Simon? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And we've actually had a lot of traders inside of chat that know nothing about options that have literally watched that options lesson, and now they're making money consistently every single day with options. It's impressive. Just that video, just that 3-hour-long course that I put together, right? What was it, last year? We've had members come in, watch that, and now they're trading options, and they're making money every day trading options. And it's a 3-hour-long course. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I'm not tooting my own horn, but it's amazing. It really is. It's a great course. We talk about everything options to get you prepared. You understand what options to buy, what options are, how to manage your risk with options, strategies with options. It's literally going to take you from, I don't know a thing about options, to I'm ready to buy my first options contract today. I'm ready to actually see some profits on my first options contract today. It is gold. So it is 11:54 in the markets. Ladies and gentlemen inside of chat, it's been a fun day, hasn't it? It's been a great day here inside of the market, inside of chat, here on the stream, having tons of fun with each and every one of you. I feel like we're dropping value bombs left and right. I feel like today was an amazing Q&A power hour session. So many great questions, so many great topics, from stocks, what should I do, to investing, to structuring small accounts. Absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen inside of chat, should we bring on some more members? Should I open up more seats? I think we should open up more seats. I don't know. We had 15 seats, right? 20 seats for Father's Day through 4th of July. But right now, we still see that it's not overly crowded inside of chat, and every member does get our undivided attention. which leads me to believe we could technically open up more seats and not only have one left. So traders in chat, and this is serious. This is a serious question. Should we open up more seats for registration? Do you think it's too crowded? Do you think like, hey, let's wait it out a little bit? Or you say, hey, listen, I think we could have another 100 members inside of chat and it would be just as good, if not better than what it is now. What are you guys thinking inside of chat? I may extend the 4th of July promo and open up maybe another 5-10 seats. You want to learn about options? You're going to find those options lessons in the video lessons library. You want to trade live with us every single day? You're going to trade live with us every single day. You think this was a good session? This was a great session. I enjoyed it. But there's another 4 days during the week and so many more things that we do that we haven't done today, which makes this just an amazing community. Will I be back around 2? I will be back here at 2 to 2:30 today. Again, out of respect to our current members, I want to make sure that you guys get my undivided attention every single day. And if it starts to get to the point where you guys are like, Josh, you're missing my question, there's too much activity, I'm not getting that personal attention that I want, that I need, we're going to start making decisions to back up, to back off. I want to make sure that you guys are getting that personal attention that you need and that I want to give you every single day. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in joining the Alpha Day Trading family over on YouTube, let me know, and I will let you know where to go, and I will drop the coupon. I will go ahead and open up more seats. We had 1 seat left. We had 1 seat left today because we have 2 other members that enrolled this morning from TikTok. So we had 1 seat left, and I don't even know if that seat's been taken, but registration was going to be shut down. So if you guys are interested, I will go ahead and open up those seats. I will go ahead and share those details. Again, if you would like to join, become a part of the Alpha Day Trading family, take advantage of that 4th of July special, invest in your education, and start to see those consistent profits that everybody wants to see in the market. So just let me know, guys. We have about 2 more minutes until we dive into lunch. But so far, an amazing trading day. I only took 1 trade on my main account right now. I'm still getting used to center point, so I didn't really trade too much or too aggressively there. I made $5.53 today. Yeah. I made $5.53 because I'm still getting used to this this platform. It's still a little weird. I'm still, again, just trying to get used to it before I dive into it 100%. Absolutely. Angela, Simon, Gary, absolutely. Trading Hunter, when could we see another small account challenge? When could we see another small account challenge? Trading Hunter, what are you doing, man? Why are you, just reading my mind? Why are you picking my brain? Get out of my head. That was something that I was going to tell you guys. It's not set in stone yet. It's not 100% set in stone. But if we get enough interest on another small account challenge, I will do another small account challenge from August until the end of the year. For 5 months, I will do another small account challenge for options and equities with TD Ameritrade. I will put $1,000 in a TD Ameritrade account, and I will trade options and equities with you guys for the next 5 months. Will I still trade my main account? Yes. Absolutely. But where will my focus be? My focus will be on the small account. So right now, who would want me to do a small account challenge? Raise your hand. I'm curious. I want to get a quick little tally, a quick little vote. And that was something I was going to tell you guys, that I want to get back into a small account challenge to be able to work more with the traders that have those smaller accounts. So Stir's like, yay! Sweet. So we were going to do it a couple of months ago. I just never moved forward with it because we didn't have enough like engagement around it. There wasn't enough hype around it. Tracy saying yes. Evelyn's dad, Trading Hunter. Oh, yeah, let's go. Q-tip, stir. So what, equities and options? So simple stuff. The SPY and the Qs for options in the beginning. SPY and Qs only. To show you guys the right way to trade options. We only go SPY and the Qs for the first month or two, and then we start progressing into like maybe Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, stuff like that when those accounts grow. And then penny stocks, equities. So we'll go 50-50. We'll do options and equities on the small account. Tracy's like, yeah, let's go. Trading Hunter, Alex, Stir, Tracy, Q-tip, John Boy, Trading Hunter. Corey said, do it. Do it. Just do it. Starsky and Hutch, just do it. I like that movie. It's freaking awesome. I'm going to go watch it now. Yes, as long as you keep your focus on your main account. Yeah. I would definitely have my focus on my main account because I want to make money, right? I want to lock in profits in this market when the opportunity's here. But let's be honest, the way that I'm going about my trading on my main account, you're not going to see me trading like I've traded in the past. I'm very disciplined. I'm very structured on what I'm trading when I'm trading. And that's why you saw only one trade today. You saw only one trade yesterday from me. I'm not trading every little move, right? I'm trading only the setups that I said I was going to trade. And we talked about that last month. JDOS, do it. Jamie, I've never done options, but I just applied on Merrill. Alex, all right, cool. So what we'll do is I'm not committing to it. I'm not committing yet, all right? But I will definitely put more thought into this, put some more structure around it, because if we do it, we're going to do it right. Be very structured. We're going to have a lot of education behind it. Call it like a little small account boot camp, if you will. Like a small account boot camp series that we do for 5 months. Small account with a mixture of main account trading, right? We're not taking the focus away from anything, but we'll add some focus to a small account. I'll do it here on TD Ameritrade for equities and options because it's right here. I don't have to pull other brokers over. Nothing changes. I just have TD funded, ready to go for a small account. And we'll do like a little boot camp educational course out of it as well. But let me put some more thought into it. I like the idea. I think it's something that I would love to do with you guys. And if you guys would love it too, I'll do it. Small account version 2.0. How many individuals over on YouTube would want to go about this? If we get 50 to 100 individuals that are like, dude, do the small account, I will actually put a lot more emphasis. So that's between, TikTok, that's between YouTube, that's chat. If we get 50 to 100 members or non-members that say, hey, I want you to do a small account challenge, I would absolutely consider doing a small account challenge, and I would actually start structuring it right now today to have it launched in August. I would do that. I think that would be fun. I think that'd be valuable and beneficial to some newer traders inside of chat for sure. All right. I'll definitely start putting more thought into it, guys. Okay. I'll definitely put some more thought into it. We got to run a vote sometime as well. So right now we got Zach saying do it, Sharon, Gary, Miguel, Angela saying do it, Simon, Heather. Okay. So we got tons of people. Yeah, right now it's definitely tricky. I mean, there's some great opportunity. We could have taken a couple back-to-back option trades today on that small account and absolutely just dominated it and crushed it. So I definitely see the potential for options. Equities, yeah, it's tough, but that's why I said we're going options. Because if penny stocks are dead, there's always going to be some kind of opportunity out there. Angela wants to. Okay. I mean, there's like 15 to 20 individuals inside a chat that want to do it. I'm down. I'm okay with it. I think that'd be fun, guys. I think it'd be a good time. Corey hit it on the head. The beauty of a small account challenge is the same types of plays work on bigger accounts. For those who don't have or care about small accounts, you can take the same setups just on bigger size that correlates with your account and risk tolerance. Abso-freaking-lutely. Corey would be a great leader also for the small account challenge with his backpack, or with his back-to-back profit. I thought you said with his backpack. He's carrying the team. I thought you said backpack because he's carrying the team with his back-to-back profits. Well, how about you guys talk to one another? How about you guys just chat with one another? How about that? Why do I have to do everything? I already do a lot, guys. Come on. Take some work off my plate, right? Hunter, you go ahead and just call Corey right now. You say, give me your freaking number. I'm going to call you. No, I'm joking. But that's out there in the open. So we'll see how everything comes about. All right, guys. But it's 12:05. It is time to jump off here. It is time to dive into lunch. It's time to go eat something. All right. And then come back around 2 for those FOMC minute details. And who knows, guys? Who knows? Maybe I pull out my small Fidelity account today. I did put a couple $100 in a small Fidelity account for options only. So maybe we just go ahead and start dabbling with the potential small account today. Okay. All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are interested in joining, I'm making the decision right now. I'm going to open up another 10 to 20 seats. If you guys are interested in becoming an Alpha member, be an Alpha, level up your trading. Again, if you like this stream, imagine having every single day inside a chat. It's insane. You're going to learn so much, and the odds of your success are greatly increased. So if you are on the fence and you just want to save a couple of dollars, today's the day. I have the seats opened up. I'm extending our 4th of July special. Use Alpha 100. That's all you have to do. Go to AlphaDayTrading.com. Go to the yearly membership and type in Alpha 100. That's going to give you 25% off the yearly. It's going to give you a copy of our free course, and you have a free one-on-one mentoring session with me. You can use it over the next 12 months anytime. You're going to get that free course, lifetime access, 47 chapters, 15 hours of content. You're going to get 25% off the yearly plan. That's like you're getting 6 months for free. Like 6 months you paid for during a monthly, and you get the other 6 months for free. And honestly, you're not going to become the trader you want to become in a month, 2 months, 3 months. If you want to join the monthly and you already plan on being here for 3 to 6 months, why not go ahead and just sign up for the yearly and get half the year for free with the discount? Because again, 1, 2 months, you're not going to see the results you want to see. 3, 4, 5, now you're getting something going. The final 6 months, now you're rocking and rolling with some momentum. If you're already planning on joining the monthly, and you're already going to be here for 3 to 6 months, you go ahead and sign up for the yearly. It's the same exact price. It's just billed up front. You get a copy of the free course and a free one-on-one session with me. The value's there. That's the deal. Alpha 100. Go to AlphaDayTrading.com. Go to the memberships tab, go to the yearly plan, select enroll, type in Alpha 100 in all caps. That's going to give you that promotion. I am extending that 4th of July for you, okay? And then on top of that, we got about 10 to 20 more seats open. So enjoy your lunch. If you have any questions, let me know. I look forward to seeing you guys back here around 2:30 as we see what those FOMC minutes look like, how the markets react, see if there's any opportunity. But once again, good job and good work. We got JDOS locking in some amazing profits. Mr. Corey, Trading Hunter, Rob with 155, H42, Crypto Cole 59, Wicked Trader 240, Corey with $74. Yesterday got 335. Woo! My goodness. We're in a bear market. We may go into a recession, but that's not stopping the team inside of Alpha Day Trading. Ladies and gentlemen, good job, good work. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours. And let's end it the way we always end it, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Enjoy your lunch, traders. Good job and good work. Let's see those woos roll on in, Mr. Corey, Trading Hunter. We got Alex Sturr, Tracy. Hit me with those. Woo! Enjoy your lunch, traders. I'll see you guys back here in a couple hours. Take care, trade smart, and trade safe.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are
somewhere far away. I want you back. I want.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on? Welcome back. It is 2:24. Hope you guys had a wonderful lunch. You guys are all fed. Maybe you're feeling full and a little chunky monkey like me, but hey guys, it's all good. You got to eat. Food is good for you, right? Feed your body, feed your brain. So I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch. I hope you guys are fired up to be back. And we're here looking for the best of the best opportunity to end this day team. So let's see what we have going on. Let's see if there is any opportunity in this market to continue locking in some amazing profits. And overall, team, good job and good work so far this morning in the market. So yes, we just had our Fed minutes released. We saw a quick reaction up, but hey, Corey, how many times have we seen this story? You get that quick overreaction in one direction and then immediately it flips the other way. And that's exactly what we saw here with the Qs. And, absolutely we saw here with the SPY. Quick little pop on up, and we're back to being very choppy. We're back to being really choppy. So the Fed sees more restrictive policy as likely if inflation fails to come down. I think inflation's going to come down. There's a couple things that we talked about. What was it, yesterday? That leads me to believe that inflation actually may be less than expectations, which is going to be positive. Not really positive because inflation's still out of control, but from inflation is still on the rise to inflation is actually maybe have peaked, that's definitely something that the market may like. So the Fed may not have to be as restrictive or as aggressive. All right, so what did we miss here inside of chat while I was gone? Did we miss anything? So again, we didn't see a huge, crazy overreaction. The SPY is still choppy. The Qs are still chopping around. Do we have anything with Pennyland? WTRH. We got WTRH on the move, guys. So we have some news on... Yeah, that's random. That is very, very random. You got a lot of volume. It's 145 million in float, 6% short. But as far as any kind of news which caused this midday rip, that is very, very random. Very random. So I think the market has been actively pricing in the higher probability of a recession, and I think the market has already done so. Again, I could be way off, but you have so many analysts coming up and so many investors and fund managers saying, yeah, we're in a recession. I don't care what September numbers say. We're in a recession. You can see it by this and this and this and this and that and that and that and that and that. But when everybody gets more on board. Because it's still what would you say I say? It's 50-50 on the street. Like if you just watch CNBC, you know what I'm getting at. It's like 50-50. For every 10 people that bring on, 5 say yes, recession. The other 5 say nope, the market's okay. So until everybody really gets on board, same analysis and the same thesis, that's when the markets will really start pricing it in. I think it's still just too 50-50 at this point in time. But I do think you've seen a little bit of that price in. And I do think, you'll definitely see the markets react when it's official, but I don't know if it's going to be that kind of a reaction that people think. I don't think it's going to be a very bad crash. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's anything brutal, anything that anybody should be scared about. I think it's necessary. I've been saying this for 6 months. I think it's much needed, especially after what the Fed did in 2020 during COVID. I think it's much needed to have a recession to cool the economy and not cool it down too much where it's a deep, long, nasty recession. So we shall see. One day at a time, traders. One day at a time. But as far as penny stocks go, REVB. Nope. REV. This thing's shortable. I'll short it. Look at that steep uptrend here on REV. If we crack this trend line, I would short REV. If we ever crack the trend line, is REV shortable? Symbol is not shortable. Symbol is marginable by default. Short margin rate 25%. So I could probably locate some shares on REV if I wanted to. If it ever cracked that trend line, I would consider shorting it. The ERU is pretty much dead. EVFM. Oh, that was my swing trade. I was like, I'm a little kicking myself in the butt now. But anyway, that's killer swing trade. Did anybody hold it longer than me? You guys know me. I don't have the big old, I don't have discipline. Let's just say that. I just don't have discipline. I don't have discipline to hold all the way to my targets because I like getting paid. But that was a great little, great little trade there. Right now, there's not a lot going on, guys. Like, there's really not a lot going on at this point in time. We'll watch IINN. Watch IINN. Got RFP. Let's go check that out. Flat all day. ENJY. How's that doing today? A little bit of a random bounce. Go look at some of these larger cap stocks. BABA, anything yet? Nope. Apple, that was a good trade. Snowflake's been pretty much flat and choppy. Costco, still nothing. So I'm just kind of scanning through some of these larger cap stocks, see if there's anything that stands out. I'm sorry, but the Qs and the SPY are too choppy for me right now. I wouldn't classify myself as a traditional day trader. I'm definitely someone that likes to scalp trending stocks. I don't like range-bound stocks. I don't like to buy and hold for hours. Personally, unless it's a swing trade, for example, EVFM. It was a nice higher time frame setup. I was okay with jumping in, small size, letting it do its thing. But my style of trading would not really work well in this market. I need some volatility. I need some fast movement. I need some stocks that are more or less trending, not ranging and choppy. I do not perform well in chop whatsoever. Again, if I was more of a traditional trader, I would be okay trading through the chop, but I'm not. I'm a scalper. So the chop does not help me one bit. Oh, look at that over on YouTube. They came back. The best adult dating site. All right. Well, hey, welcome. We hope to teach you something about stocks. Stocks. So, again, right now, if you guys see anything, let me know. I'm not seeing too much at this point in time, team. Looking at all of our scanners, our up gappers, we don't have a lot going on. High the day momentum scanner. There's nothing on the high the day momentum scanner at this point in time. It's really just coming into the end of the day with the SPY and the Qs, guys. That's really it. Coming into the end of the day, watching the SPY and watching the Qs. So, one thing I do want to keep on watch here coming on up, guys, is the SPY's breaking above our level of resistance, 383.40. We're up about a point since that break on this 5-minute candle. We do have room up to our 20 EMA. That's 385.16. So we got about another dollar to the upside of potential here on the SPY. So I would like to go ahead and just keep the SPY on watch. See if we get a break and retest maybe. Maybe a nice little break and retest here on the SPY. Back down towards around that 383.40 to get that nice push up towards around 385.16-ish. There's definitely maybe $1.50 potential here on the SPY. It's definitely worth watching. If you guys have any questions, just let me know. Sideways day, I got nothing. Same, Steve. It's a sideways day. It's a choppy day. It's just not the type of market that I thrive in personally. And, you just got to ask yourself, what kind of trader are you? That's it. What kind of trader are you? Right? The way I look at it is there's two types of traders. I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine. Talking about trading, your personality, your style. You have what I call traditional traders, and that's what we teach here. That's your foundation, is to really be a traditional trader. That's buy here, put a stop here, put a hard target there, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 setups, patterns, strategies, 3 to 4 separate reasons to take a trade. That's traditional day trading. You go through all the ups and downs. You take some heat. You let the stock breathe, right? You're patient. You can set it and forget it. Traditional day trading, okay? Then you have scalpers. I'm a scalper, guys, right? I'm looking for quick 10, 20-cent pops. 10, 20-cent pops. I want volatility. I want momentum. I want quick breaks and retests, dip buys, panic pops, washout longs, crack a trend line, scalp it for 20 cents. That's my style of trading, right? Can I trade traditionally? Absolutely. Do I enjoy it? No. Why? It doesn't match well with my personality, right? You guys can tell I'm a very quick, a million-mile-an-hour guy. That's just how my brain works. I'm a better scalper. If you're the slower and steadier and well-thought-out person, and you're really just collected, and you're just kind of, you think things through, and you don't talk, you're probably more of a traditional trader. You're more internally patient and calm. Am I patient and calm? Yes, but when I'm on fire, I want to go, 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 go. So again, you gotta ask yourself, what kind of trader are you? If you're a scalper, the market we're in today, good luck. Seriously, good luck. Good luck. I'm not trading because it's like, good luck, Josh. You're not going to make any money. You're probably going to lose money. It's not the market conditions for you. If you're more of a traditional trader, this is a good market for you, right? This is a market that you could do okay in, that you could actually do fine. So ask yourself, what kind of trader do you think you guys are? I want to ask, what kind of trader do you think you are? Do you think you're a traditional trader where it's a proper plan, proper 2-to-1 setup? You're going to let the thing breathe. Either A, you get stopped out, or B, you hit target. Are you scaling in, scaling out? Are you more of a traditional trader where you're okay with holding that trade for, an hour, 2 hours? Or are you more of a, I want to get in and I want to get out, right? I want to just get in, get my quick 20, 30 cents, boom, I'm out, make a few $100, I'm done. Are you a traditional trader or are you a scalper? What kind of trader do you think you are? Q-tip saying, it's a scalper. You like to get in and get out. You want to know one of the biggest reasons why I like getting in and I like getting out? Because I like to be able to make $500 in 5 minutes instead of $500 in the entire day. So I will size up. I will scale up, take bigger size, and I'll scalp the market. 5 minutes, $500, done. That's the reason why I chose to be a scalper. Get in, get out. The other reason is, they say that it's all about risk management, right? It's all about risk management. You got to be a pro at managing your risk. Well, when you're in a trade, aren't you exposed to risk? When you're actively in the market, aren't you being exposed to risk? Yeah. When you're in a trade and when you have a position open, you're being exposed to risk. So the way I look at it, if I'm a professional at managing my risk and being exposed to risk means I'm in a position, I would rather not be in positions or not be in positions too long. That's a form of me managing my risk, is by being in and out of the market. In and out of the market. Not staying in the market, but by being in and getting right out and making my money and leaving. Any recommendations for a broker, for a small account new trader? Currently on Webull, I think I'm a scalper, less stress. So if you have a small account and you are a scalper because it's less stress, Webull is fantastic. TD Ameritrade it's good as well, but it's complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces with TD. It's a very advanced platform. It's very advanced. Education, analyzation, market screeners and scans and on-demand. It's a lot. You want to take your trading to the next level and have tools and resources, built into your broker. TD's the way to go. But if you're like, yeah, nope, I just want a broker that I can scalp on, you're pretty good with Webull. Webull's not bad for newer traders with smaller accounts. Right now, we're kind of chit-chatting, guys. We're answering some questions, trying to help you guys out. Always trying to provide value. As I would say, dropping those value bombs. I really want a sound effect for that. That's the one thing I want. So, ladies and gentlemen, inside the chat, you guys are like, I wonder what I'm going to get Josh for Christmas. Get me something. I can push one button, and when I say value bombs, the bomb turns into a boom. Like, I don't know. Figure something out. Value. That'd be awesome on a sound effect. All right. Steve's a swing trader. Yeah, I rarely swing trade, but the swing trade that I did take last night was a phenomenal swing trade. I took a swing trade, what was it, a few weeks back on CLVS? No, it wasn't a swing trade. It wasn't a swing trade, but I was considering to swing trade it, and I'm glad I didn't because it didn't do anything for like a week, and then it ripped. Remember CLVS for the mid-candle breakout? I was thinking about swing trading it, but I didn't. But hey, the swing trade that we grabbed yesterday, right at the start of the day, was a crazy good swing trade. It was over 50% in 24 hours. So that was phenomenal. That was great. Oh, fantastic. Did I ever cover on TQQQ? Yeah, I was out of that way early. I was out of it way down here. Right? When I was actually diving into our Power Hour Q&A session, I was out right here. I said, hold on, guys. 1 sec. I got to get out. I got out. So, yep, I was out way down here on the TQs for that short, which I don't know why I shorted TQs now that I think about it. I could have just went long on SQQQ. I don't know why. I think I was I could have went long on SQs here and probably grabbed a little bit more profit on the same position. I don't know what I was thinking. Weird. I think it was just because I had TQs already pulled up in my chart, so that was just the one I jumped in on. With graphics, that'd be cool. Yeah, you bombed. No, just the sound effect. Just the sound effect of a bomb. The more I say bomb, the more the FBI is going to tune into this stream. I've heard bomb 8 times in the past 8 seconds from this Alpha Day Trading channel. All right, let's go raid his house. You're going to see guys behind me in a second. You won't see anything. It's just a green screen. Literally, I'll be sitting here like, so, right now, the Q... Come grab me. You're not even going to see him behind me during the raid. You're just going to see me just get pulled out of my chair. Love the value bombs. I will be a member someday. John, what's stopping you, man? What's stopping you guys from being a member? You're here in the stream. You love the value bombs. What is stopping you from joining the team? Let's make it happen. Let's help you figure out what it takes to lock in those profits in the market. Again, that's why you guys are here. You want to learn something new every single day. You want to become better traders. You're just better participants in the stock market, right? That's why we're here. So again, let's help you take that next step to see those results that you want to see. So again, right now, guys, I don't see anything worth getting involved with. I don't see anything that I want to really trade at this point in time. Who do we have right now over on YouTube? Who do we have inside the chat? Who is with me at this point in time? If there's nobody here and the market's slow, we can play a game of riddles. We can do some riddles. You know? No, I'm kidding. We'll keep it stock related. Why did the stock dump? Right? Why did the stock dump when it crossed $1? Ron! Hello, Ron. Stir, Trading Hunter. We got some members here today. Everybody else is like, yeah, the market, not for me. Carlos, Heather's still here. Richard, what's up? So do we have any questions? I'm going to open up the floor again. Okay, there's nothing really to discuss. I mean, there is, but do you guys really see anything right now? I mean, yeah, the SPY's rocking on up, but it's been a choppy day on the SPY. I mean, this is challenging the trade, guys. This is a challenge. And I don't like a challenge. I like easy. So we're still watching the SPY and the Qs, but in the meantime, I want to help you guys. So if you guys have any questions whatsoever, please let me know. There's always something of value. But we're just going to continue to kind of scan through our top gainers and see if there's anything coming on up. Maybe a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze on IINN, right? Maybe a little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze coming on up. That's a possibility. GIS, General Mills, great company to own, as it tends to outperform the markets during recessions. And just go back and look at, February of 2020 during COVID. It didn't get hit as hard as everything else did. It actually held up relatively well. Tends to outperform the market in recessions. I mean, look, it didn't take that big of a hit in 09 either. I mean, did it drop on off? Absolutely. But it did outperform the market. So GIS, General Mills, is just one of those, what some would say, recession-proof stocks, and that's why it's performing well despite the overall market. That's GIS. You also have Dollar General, right? DG is another one, right? That tends to outperform the market. DG. Walmart, they just had a lot of issues with their last earnings report and stuff like that. But GIS, General Mills. Are we looking at it for a day trade? Are we looking at this for a day trade, Mr. Chuck? Are we looking at this for any kind of swing trade? What are your thoughts here? What are we doing? Do we want to look at it for a day trade opportunity? Or do we want to look at this for a buy and hold opportunity, a nice little market hedge if we do have a recession and the markets continue to dump? And in the meantime, when you trade the break and retest, I'm having trouble finding when to actually buy in. How long should it hold support before going in? Jack, it depends. Sometimes you get a quick break and retest, right? Mr. Chuck, I haven't forgot about you, just so you know. So Mr. Chuck saying, hey, Josh, look at GIS. I'm looking at it. We're looking at for a day trade. Are you looking at for a swing trade, an investment, maybe a hedge against, possible recession? I'm definitely here to help you out. I have not forgotten. All right. So it really just depends on those breaks and retests, right? Because sometimes you'll see the stock just come right up. It'll pull right back, and then it'll continue higher, right? You have literally one opportunity, Jack. You get a break, a retest, you get one candle to touch it, one candle, and then it rips. But sometimes you see the stock break, it'll come down and it'll bounce a little bit, right? And you'll see it kind of sit here like this. So it really just depends on, again, how long should you wait? Sometimes it'll take 10 minutes. Sometimes it'll break, retest, and rip. It'll literally take 10 seconds. So it really just depends. So your goal is to identify, is this break strong? That's your goal. Is that a strong break? And your next goal is that a healthy pullback? It's a strong break with a healthy pullback into a valid level of support, right? A valid level of support that increases your odds to go ahead and just get ready to buy when it pulls back to that level of support. We'll talk more about it here in a second. Mr. Chuck, all right, but there's a quick little rundown. We'll dive more into it, more in detail here in a sec. To day trade, yes, so here's a break and retest, right? You just broke over resistance. So where was resistance here on GIS? 76.43, 76.43. I'm going to take this trade just to show you. GIS, 76.43. So you have a break. It broke resistance at 76.43. If it comes down to 76.43, I would buy, and I would probably set a stop about 5 cents away. So it comes down 76.43. I get an entry because that's a retest, and I'm expecting to see it bounce relatively soon, pretty much right away. 76.43, 76.43, 76.43. So we see a break, a retest. Now, this could take forever, right? This doesn't have to play out immediately right away, right? We could see this stock come right back down, bounce, and then literally we could see this candle just go huge green. And then you could just see it, and you're like, whoa, that was a break in retest. I just got paid. Or you could see the stock come down, bounce, right? Come back down, bounce. You could see it sit here a little bit. Maybe it wicks down a little bit, but closes back above strong. right? And you just kind of see it moving, and then it does its thing. So it could take 10 minutes. It really could. You don't know. It could take a minute, boom, boom, and then shoots right on up. The goal is identify, is it a strong breakout? Is it a healthy pullback? That's your goal, right? How do you do that? Volume, right? Volume is going to help you understand, is this a strong break and a healthy pullback? And is 76.43 a valid level of support? Is that a key level of support? Okay, so let's go ahead and break that down. I think 76.43 is valid, and I'll show you guys here in a second, right? It was 4 points today. There was a double top earlier today at like 10:12. It just hit it again around 1 o'clock, and now we're coming back down to test this level at 76.43. So I already know 76.43 is a pretty valid level of support. Now, is this a strong break? I want to see increased volume along this breakout, right? I want to see increased volume. Right here, we have high volume, but it's actually decreasing. See that? It's decreased volume. Okay, when the stock's breaking up higher, I want to see the volume increase, not decrease. So that's not a good first sign. Now on pullbacks, I want to see decreasing volume on pullbacks. I'm actually seeing increased volume on a pullback. So this is not a strong breakout. This is not a healthy pullback, right? Yeah, it's a valid level of support, but the breakout is on less volume. The pullback is on increased volume. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not taking the trade. Nope. It's one of those things. I wouldn't take it. I don't care what happens. I don't care what happens next. I wouldn't take it. Now, that's on a 1 minute. We need to do multi-time frame analysis. I'm getting ahead of myself. So, is it cleaner, right? Is it a little bit cleaner here on a 3? You have good volume here, but you still have increased volume along the leg down, telling us that more and more and more sellers are moving on in. What about on a 5 minute? Well, that volume actually looks a little bit better here. Increased volume on the 5. You couldn't really see it clean and clear on a 1 or a 3, but you can definitely see it here on a 5. Nice increased volume along this leg up, okay? Pulling back into a valid level of support. The one thing that I'm still not crazy about is the increased volume on the last candle, but you have 2 things out of the 3 that are in your favor. You have a pullback into a key level of support, and the run-up, the break, was on increased volume. Now, was the pullback on decreased volume? No, it wasn't. But still, you have 2 of those 3 things validating in your favor, so maybe it's worth a smaller position, right? Maybe it's worth a smaller position. And one thing I want to point out is it did bounce. One thing I want to point out is it did come down, and it is bouncing off 76.43. So it's just one of those things that a valid level of support is pulling back to. The breakout strong, the pullback healthy. Now, as long as those 3 are in your favor, it could spend a second at the pullback level. It could spend a minute at the pullback level. But as long as those 3 things are in your favor, I would say it's a safe trade. It just depends on your plan, the stock, the price, your stop loss, your target. There's a lot more to discuss here. This is probably a lesson. It is a lesson. It's in the video lessons library. But to answer your question directly with a little bit more than what you asked for, it really depends on time. So I answered 2 questions. Mr. Chuck, there's some analysis on GIS. Jack, that's your question on how long should it hold support before going in. So that was a double whammy right there. I love it. I think the SPY is worth looking at. I agree. I know it's been choppy all day. It has been, but this should be a significant point with this trend line drawn from the daily. We can definitely go check it out. We have support back down at 383. I see support at 383. No, I definitely agree with your 2 cents, sir. I definitely agree. Josh, why don't you trade the FOMC? J-Dub, what do you mean? Why do I not trade the FOMC? Like, why am I not trading the SPY right now? If that's the question, I don't see the opportunity. The other reason why as well is we're just coming right up and tapping that 20 EMA resistance. Right there. And I kind of already missed my other trade. What was the other level that we were talking about this morning? Like 383.40, right? It was 383.40. We had tons and tons of resistance throughout that level, right? We come up and hit it, rejected. Hit it, rejected. Corey comes in, hits his put. Hits it again, drops. Hits it again, drops. Well, it just broke above that level. And it came back and it retested and it rallied. There was a trade. If you were just watching the SPY and you had that 383.20, 383.40 drawn up all day, you're going to put, taking a put, you would have gotten stopped out, but you would have flipped long on the break and retest, and you could have traded that up to 385. And that 385 was another level of resistance here, was that 20 EMA. And all this was discussed, right? I know we're talking about it fresh right now, and I just redrew all my levels. If you go back to this morning's stream, just rewind from 9 to 9:30, you'll hear us discussing these two levels. If the SPY breaks over 383.25, I believe it has about 1.5 to 2 points to the upside. If it can't break above that level, I'd expect it to come back down to the bottom end of the channel. Right, we're in a channel right now. We can literally trade between the channels, support, resistance. If it breaks the channel, we have room to 385. So I do trade the SPY. I do trade the Qs. The reason I'm not trading it right now is it doesn't fit my style of trade, right? But I'm definitely here to break everything down with what we see. If you don't see me trading any of these setups, it's because it doesn't fit my personality. It doesn't fit my style of trading. This is not really the type of market that I like to personally trade in. And I'm not just here to trade. I'm here to take great opportunities and make money. I'm here for you guys to take find great opportunities, take great trades, and make money. I don't want you just trading because I'm trading, and I'm not just going to trade because other people are trading. It's not for me. I'm not going to take the trade. It's just not me. It's just not for me. But I'm more than happy, and I'm always here to help you guys find success. Okay, so right now we know we have 385.25 resistance, and that's our 20 EMA. That's also our lower shadow from May 12th. So if we can break that level, where do we have room to next? Look at those two other lower shadows, 286.95. So what would you want? You can just literally buy the break over 385.26 and take profit at 386.95. Now, if you start rolling over here, which it kind of looks like it wants to roll over, why? You got this run up, the pullback and retest, beautiful retest, double top, leg down. Now it's giving you that rainbow, that little rainbow, that arch, the head and shoulders, guys. So right now, you have a short opportunity if you want to take it on the SPY. You have a left shoulder, a head, just so happens to be a double top, possible right shoulder. So if you start to fall, you need to actually start to fall below this neckline. You can short it back down to 383.25 and scalp this for a point drop. If you're like, no, Josh, not going to happen. It's not going to do the head and shoulders. Nope, it's going to run. Well, guess what? You could literally look to buy the break over that 20 EMA and take it into our next level of resistance up towards around 386.95. Okay. No, Stir, don't apologize. No, don't apologize. No, I love it. I love it. There's just times when I look at the market, I check out naturally. I check out, and I do that for a reason, to prevent myself from getting involved. To prevent myself from taking a trade I know I should be taking, I check out. Like, all right, guys, I don't like anything. Do we have any questions? If your question is, hey, where do you think the SPY is going next? Hey, do you think the SPY has potential to break here? Hey, if we break this level and retest, where are we going? Do you see anything? I will break it down, and I will get you educated. I will get you prepared. But I sometimes stated out loud, there's nothing going on. I don't see anything. I'm not looking to trade. That's me mentally checking out for myself to prevent myself from taking a trade that I shouldn't be taking. But again, I'm still here for you guys 100%. And that's what we're looking at right now. Maybe a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But at the same time, it's a little 50-50. What do I mean? Well, you just came down and put in this little double bottom. So you got a double top followed by a double bottom. Right now, the way I look at it is it's just a little 50-50. Now, that volume was very nice volume. That was a nice little pop in volume here right off that little double bottom. I think it has better potential personally to break to the upside, but it is 50-50. Like, I can guess and say, you know what, I'm leaning more towards the long side. But if we're really honest with ourselves, it is 50-50. You have a double top. Wouldn't you guys agree? The double top here. It's starting to look like a possible head and shoulders right here. Like, wow, that's a head and shoulders, right? But then you start to see a little bit of that double bottom right off that prior high, that left shoulder. So that could be a reversal on up. It's too choppy for me, right? Head and shoulders formation. Double top, double bottom. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I can't seem to pull the trigger. I just feel like I'd be guessing. I'm not here to guess. Let's wait for the next best opportunity. And I think that could be back down at 383.21. Spiking high, pull back low. If we do start dumping on down here, right, off this head and shoulders, and we do start dumping, I think 383.21 is a great level of support to see a short-term bounce off of. I really do. So let's see what we have coming on up. But this is not the type of trade that I want to take. I'm going to wait, but I think there could be opportunity here. You got this little bit of a downtrend here on the SPY. You have that prior high. You have that nice little lower shadow on the pullback before the rip on up. I think you could see a nice little short-term bounce off 383.21. Where was that downtrend that you were talking about, though? Start on 6.8 and connect the highs. 6.8. Now that's beautiful right there, friends. That's beautiful. So let's run that on a 4-hour time frame. Yep. So nice drop on off, leg on up. Trying to get that higher low break. Yeah, and I see the possibility of this being a nice little higher low. Little momentum push, right? You got that bounce. You're building this higher low. You're starting to see more buyers come in at a higher price. Potentially breaking that downtrend, getting us a nice little short-term reversal, maybe back up towards around that 50 SMA. I think that's very realistic. I think that's very realistic here on the SPY. Absolutely. So, you know, looking at that daily or higher time frame downtrend, it's absolutely being respected. This is the third attempt to break, right? This is the third attempt. You got 1, 2. Nope, that's 3. This is 4, actually. So this could be the break now. Within the next, 12 hours, we could start to see that downtrend break, and we could start to see the SPY squeezing above that 20 EMA at 385.20. And that could definitely get this thing going. So I think we need to really break the downtrend, number one. And I really think we need to break that 20 EMA, number two. And that's right around 385. That's where I think you're really going to start to see this open on up and come back and retest some of these highs in the 390s here on the SPY. So let's see. Let's see what kind of intraday setup we have and see if this turns into a little bit of a swing trade. But I think your next best maybe dip buy opportunity, a short-term bounce area, would be 383.20. You got initial jobless claims tomorrow. Got St. Louis Fed President James Bullard speaking tomorrow at 1. Tomorrow you just got jobless claims. Next Wednesday, you got CPI. That's huge. Next Wednesday, you have CPI at 8:30. I think we could see a nice little downtrend break coming on up. What? Centerpoint Securities, 50% off commissions and locates? What? Oh, for 60 days? I want the deal. Yes. I just signed up and now they're giving discounts. I'm okay with it. I love the platform so far. It's not bad. What am I expecting for CPI? I mean, I'm not a market analyst by any means. I'm not. I don't have my license or degree when it comes. I'm a momentum, penny stock, technical trader that understands trading psychology really, really well. I am not a market analyst by any means, right? But my expectations from, again, just researching and doing a lot of education, right? You guys know I've been really actively educating myself this year when it comes to investing and what moves the markets and the economy and the cycles and sector rotation. I'm really trying to get a good grasp on this. I want to be a better investor. So what I would think, just from thinking outside the box, would be what we talked about yesterday, is we saw food and oil drop in the month of June, right? If we go look at commodities, we saw corn drop, we saw soy drop, we saw natural gas and crude oil drop. We saw commodities have a bad June. They dropped in value, okay? So they're not still on the rise, they actually came down. So if we look at CPI, or if you look at CPI, I think CPI will be lower. And the reason I think CPI will be slightly lower is because, again, these commodities dropped. Does that make sense? We know what we have CPI and we have core CPI. We know the difference between CPI and core CPI, okay? So we saw a drastic decline in commodities for the month of June. That's a factor, that's a variable in the CPI data. So if that drastically had a decline, wouldn't you think that would bring down the data, the numbers for the CPI? Possibly. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, I'm saying possibly, okay? But what I think analysts will be looking at, and you don't hear anybody else talking about this, what I think analysts will be looking at and investors will be looking at is core CPI. Why? Because core is going to strip out the energy. Core is going to strip out the food. It's going to give them more of a realistic number without that, food and energy has been volatile. Those commodities have been extremely volatile, not just because, we have our own issues to deal with here in the U.S., right? But Russia, Ukraine, China, the supply issues, right? If we didn't have Russia-Ukraine issues, if we didn't have all these China lockdown issues, would we have really saw oil move the way it moved? I don't think so. Those were some external factors that made things worse. And those external factors created a lot of volatility with food and with oil, energy. So I think that investors and analysts personally would be looking at core CPI, because core CPI I think is going to be more of a better picture on, are we really handling inflation, taking energy out, taking food out, looking at the core, right? Are we really making the right steps in the right direction, stripping those two variables out? CPI is still going to be just very important. It's just as important, if not more important. It's still going to be very important, but I think we need to look more at the core CPI to get a more clear picture on, are the Feds making the right steps in the right direction with their policy and the interest rate hikes and everything they've been doing with quantitative tightening and reducing their balance sheet. That's what I think, based on the research I've done and the education that I have. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So what do I think? I think CPI, I don't know. I think core will be much lower than expectations. I wouldn't say much, but I think it'll be lower than expectations. Carlos, what's up? Josh, if I put the code in, would it still work? We do have, let me check how many seats we have left. We did have quite a few individuals sign up over lunch. All right, so let me see. I said what, 10 to 20? If I said 10 to 20, I'll honor the 20. We absolutely have more seats left. If I said 10, I need to check. I said 10 to 20. I'll honor the 20. We absolutely have more seats left. Okay, but we had about 7 or 8 individuals enroll and join over lunch, which is absolutely amazing. So if you put in the code, will it still work? Absolutely. The code is Alpha 100. And right now we're just waiting for the SPY to possibly set up for a little bit of a boom, boom, bang. All right, guys, so we are not going to miss any opportunities here in the market. But it's super simple. You just go over to AlphaDayTrading.com. You can scroll down, check us out, who we are. Check out the platform. It's amazing stuff. You can get a little bit of a demo. Check out the video lessons library. Again, take your time. Really understand who we are and what we do and how we're different, which, again, you probably don't need to do that. You've been on the stream today. You already know how we're different and what we do and how we can help. So you just go up to that memberships tab. You simply scroll on down to the yearly membership. Click Choose Package. You're going to go ahead and register. First name, last name. Pick out a wonderful chat room username, whatever you want. All right, and when you come down here to have a coupon, you're going to type in ALPHA 100. Just click off that. You're not going to see anything here. You're like, did it take the coupon? Scroll on back up, and you're going to see here 1 year with that coupon applied. That also gives you that one-on-one session, okay? No, the one-on-one sessions included. I'm sorry, the course. You're also getting 100% off the course, all right? Again, just alphadaytrading.com, memberships, type in the coupon. And again, that's going to give you that 25% off, as well as a free copy of our course. That was a little bit of a premature break, in my opinion, here on the SPY. That was on the third point. I would have never personally touched that trade. I would have never taken that. It was above support. It broke on the third attempt. Those are 50-50 breaks. I don't trade 50-50 setups. So again, what are you expecting for CPI? I think core, I definitely think core is going to be lower, and I think CPI could be lower as well. No. I'm sorry. I think CPI is going to be lower. With food and energy being a part of the equation, I think CPI is going to be lower, personally. But I think core is a concern. When you strip that out, that's really what I'm going to be looking for. But I think CPI could be lower because commodities dropped substantially in June. But when you look at core, that's taking food and energy out. And I want to be looking at core CPI without food and energy being a variable in the equation. And I think investors are going to look at that. So it might be a little bit of a mixed message on Wednesday, depending on what core CPI is and what CPI is. But that's what I would think. What am I expecting CPI? I think it would be under estimates. Not by a lot, but I think it'll be under estimates, and the market may react positively to it. That's what I think. And again, not just saying that's what I think, but I'm giving you an educated response as to why I say what I say. What platform do you use now? I'm between a couple. I'm trying Centerpoint Securities now. So I'm testing out Centerpoint Securities. Kamal. I was like, hey, Josh, it's shortable. REV shortable. I wonder if Kamal grabbed that for a crack at the trend line. I didn't. I was too busy talking about CPI and PPI. 643 down to 634. I mean, that's a nice little 10-cent drop. Did GIS ever bounce? It did. It came down and it bounced up about 15 cents, give or take. Not too shabby, is it? That's not bad. It's a nice little 10 to 15 cent pop. Wasn't a big time break and retest because a lot of it had to do with that volume, I think. It just wasn't as strong what it could have been. WT. We're just gonna scan through these gappers again. Not gappers, but gainers and losers. I don't know. I'm not seeing a lot, guys, which stinks because I really would love to put on a trade with you guys and make some money. But here's the last thing I'm going to say about this. Sometimes the best trade's no trade. Sometimes the best trade's no trade, right? You know, cash is a position. Capital preservation is important. So that's all I'm going to say. Is I want to trade. I want to make something happen, but we're not seeing anything right now that I think is really worth our time. So I'm sitting on my hands, guys. Right now, literally just the SPY and the Qs into the day. That's all I'm looking at right now until something else clearly stands out. Right now, nothing is really clearly standing out at this point. Again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. I am not going to risk the profits at all. Not worth it. Not worth it. Oh no, Voyager cryptocurrency platform just filed for bankruptcy on Voyager. Terra stablecoin collapse, drop, Celsius pauses withdrawals, drop. Platforms going under. My goodness. Voyager digital filing for bankruptcy. Oof. Ladies and gentlemen, kind of tuned in to listen to see, Voyager filing for bankruptcy. And, there's a lot of these exchanges, but Voyager wasn't a super popular exchange, if I'm not mistaken. I'm paying attention to this. I've never used Voyager, so I don't know about Voyager, but a lot of these are going under, guys. So like Uphold could be next. Some of these big boys I doubt. Like Binance is huge. I don't know about Binance. I don't know. Binance is big, right? You got what's the other one? KuCoin. KuCoin's a pretty big one. Coinbase is a pretty big one as well. I don't think crypto's going anywhere, but I think these really, really shady new exchanges and brokers and firms are filing bankruptcy because they just couldn't handle, right? They just couldn't handle it. So filing for bankruptcy. So again, I don't know if the Binances and the KuCoins and the Coinbases of the world will have to file bankruptcy, but if they do, I think it's a good idea to get your currency off the exchange. Right, put it somewhere. I don't know if you should put it in a MetaMask wallet, put it in a ledger, but I definitely think you should have your long-term crypto investments off the exchanges. Rob, nice. Rob coming in with a quick little $59 there on the SPY. Congratulations. Well done. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about shorting the SPY. Actually, I'm thinking about shorting the Qs. Why? Look at what we have here. What do we have here, guys? Look at the Qs. What kind of formation are we seeing here on the Qs at this point in time? That is a tight rising wedge. That is one of the tightest rising wedges I think I've seen in a long time. I would look to short the Qs back down to 289.22. And the reason why is that is one tight rising wedge that we're in. So it's a simple crack of the trend line as well. So cracking that trend line, this thing is getting very, very tight. So we just have to wait for it to actually crack. But there could be some great opportunity on TQQQ to the short side, or maybe SQs to the long side for a quick little opportunity here. As a very tight rising wedge. On this choppy market, I would start a scale in. I'd do like a scale in, scale out in this choppy market that we're in right now. Getting very tight, very constricted. I wouldn't be surprised. I would be surprised if you see one big green candle and it brings in a lot of longs. And then it just drives it right back down. You got a bearish chart formation here, a bearish setup. Would not be surprised if you have a lot of retail jumping in. Okay? Algo squeeze on up, freak out the retail like, it's not a wedge, and then it comes right back down. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that. So I'm going to wait for a false move higher, followed by a high day rejection on red. We still in this wedge? Let's readjust our wedge here a little bit if we need to. So let's squeeze in on through. Again, you got to just keep readjusting this wedge. I'm really looking at this trend line, right? The trend line's pretty clean. The trend line's pretty clear. There's not a lot of movement you're doing with this trend line off the lows. But this trend line off the highs, is it the upper shadows? Is it the bodies? Right? Could you go off bodies? Sure. Could you go off upper shadows? Absolutely. Trend lines are very subjective. So really, I'm watching that uptrend as well. What does it look like on a 5-minute time frame? Increasing volume, peaking oversold. Okay. Energy is actually still red on the day, guys. I'm looking to really just nail a clean trade here. I just have a feeling the market being so erratic, okay? With the market being so erratic and very choppy and not consistent, I would typically short it right here. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you see it squeeze through and it look like it's going to just take on off and then it just gets driven on back down. We've seen that a lot. So I'm looking for some not manipulation, but I'm looking for some nasty price action. That doesn't make sense. Like you got a rising wedge. You would think it's going to start dumping here off this rising wedge. It's getting very, very tight. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a quick rip and a quick spike on up, and then it just starts getting hit really, really hard, and then it starts to drop on down. Waiting for something like that. Just start to pop up to 291. Maybe it gets above 291. And you see a lot of selling pressure. A lot of selling pressure. Leaves a large upper shadow. A green candle that looks like it's going to break. That green candle turns red. Leaves a large upper shadow. You see that selling pressure. You see that nasty price action. That's when I flip short. That's when momentum sets in. That's when the stock gets pushed down. If that doesn't work out, that's fine. I'm not giving my profits back for the day. Absolutely. But if I see that take place, I would be all over that trade. So if I miss it, I miss it. If you guys are more traditional traders and you're like, all righty, I'm going to grab this trade. I'm going to risk about 50 cents. I'm going to look for a $1 drop. Go ahead and build your plan. You can throw stops up here, 50, 60 cents away. Looking to take profit down at 289.22. Again, I'm a large-sized trader. Quick moves. I'd probably take maybe a couple of thousand shares. Maybe 2,000 shares on SQQQ, and I'm looking for a quick little 20, 30 cent pop to the upside. Again, if you are that more of a traditional trader, you are officially cracking out of the wedge. Just so you guys know, you are officially cracking this trend line out of this wedge formation here on the Qs. I'm personally not jumping in right now, and the reason I'm not jumping on in right now is because I know how choppy the market can be, and I don't trust it. I know how, indecisive the market can be and how choppy it can be, and I just don't trust it. So I'm being a little bit more patient. Here. So we're down about 50 cents on the Qs. I didn't take it. I'm not confident, guys. I'm just not confident. And I like my $300. I don't want to give it back on something I'm not overly confident in. I had an order typed up, ready to go. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I just need a little bit more. Right? I just need a little bit more. Like I said, it all comes down to your personality and the type of trader you are. And I'm just not seeing what I need to see to feel super confident to pull the trigger. Not scared. Right? It's just discipline. Right? It's just not me. It's not my style of trading. I want to lock in what profits I have. I mean, today I'm up almost $1,000 on the day. Between my swing trade on EVFM, between my 1 day trade on IINN, I'm up almost, about 6 plus 3, almost $1,000 on the day between that swing trade and this trade. So I don't want to give those profits back at all by any means. What was my official profit here over on $509.86? I was a little off. It was $509.86. So there's nothing wrong with $800, right? And do I want to risk $200, $300, $400 on a trade that I'm not really in love with? No, I'm sorry, guys. I don't. Some days you just got to do this. They're gonna sweat Okay, they're gonna hurt in about 20 minutes. Okay, but that's the best thing to do sometimes, and that's what I'm doing right now. I know it's boring. I know you want to see this market on fire and trading left and right, but hey, listen. I told you guys, it's July. We're hitting some goals. All right. Rob said, I'm out of SPY. Go ahead. Out of the SPY. Go ahead. Get it. Make it happen. It's so tempting, though. It's so tempting. I like this price action to the downside. It is tempting. I didn't take it up here, but now that we have the drop and the drop's been confirmed and now we see it kind of rolling over here a little bit, it is tempting. What's that 5-minute look like? Let's get our focus off that. Let's see. Is there anything else? IINN, nothing. REVB, nothing. REV was a really nice short there off the trend line crack. EVFM was a good swing trade if you guys are still holding that. It still looks 50-50. It's actually not terrible. It's actually not that bad. I still like it. If you're still holding EVFM, definitely get paid, lock in some profits for sure, but it's not terrible by any means. It is not terrible. I still think you got another day in it. Maybe another day or two. I still think, 150 to 165 is realistic on EVFM. Heather just grabbed a quick $30 from TTNP. That's nice. Congratulations on that. Yeah, Heather just said she took it. TTNP. I didn't even see it hitting the scanner on TTNP. Yeah, nice. Breaking the downtrend. Quick little $30. Very nice. I'm still in that. I don't trust anything kind of follow through here. So TTNP, is this a shortable stock? It is shortable. How much? .004. Oh, that's cheap. That's cheap. That's cheap, cheap, cheap. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. The reason I'm thinking of short on TTNP. Sorry about that. And the reason I'm thinking of short on TTNP here is we just came up to that 200 SMA, maybe a false breakout. 108, $1. I feel like I'm late. Gosh darn it. It took too long. The short locate took too long. I was going to short right off the 200 SMA. I would have been pulling the trigger at 108, 109, and it's already 10 cents. It's already dropped 10 cents. I still want to short it, though. If it pops back up towards around 109, 110, I am shorting TTNP, guys. I am going to short TTNP. It's already 10 cents, so no, that's already potentially $500 to $1,000. And we get one more little pop on up. Let's see. Can we get one more spike on up here on TTNP right into maybe like 109, 110? I would love to take a short on this as every stock has faded today. Nice spike on up. You get a nice little fade. You don't really get a lot of follow through. And TTNP was one of those ones that did follow through here a little bit. You saw a nice little break of the downtrend. You saw a nice little spike on up. But still, you're right off that 200 SMA. I would absolutely look for a short off that level. If I would have caught this beforehand and I would have been prepared and it was easy to short, I was so willing to short that off the 200 SMA. $20 to short 10,000 shares. It's $20 to locate 10,000 shares of this. I'm only looking for a nice little 10-cent drop. Let's see if we can get something going here on TTNP. Got to wait for this to pop back up here towards around 109, 110. Looks like the Q's just put in a new high a day. It looks like it wants to sell off into the day. It really does. It looks like the Q's want to have a nice little fade and fall back into the 290s, maybe back into this 289.22 level. Right now, TTNP has my attention. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. It's okay, though. We'll still keep it on watch off to the side. TTNP. Let's see. I don't think it's going to get back up towards around that 109. Thanks. But again, good job if you took the long. Well done. Well done. Exceptional trading right there. Nice little break of the downtrend. 90 cents up over $1. Ooh. Nice stuff. Right now, watching the Qs off this double top reversal. You do see some pretty clear divergence here. And just look at all of that divergence that you have here on the Qs. It already cracked out of the wedge. Now you're really starting to see a little bit of selling pressure move on. And I'm very, very interested. A QQQ short here with a stop over high a day. Very interested in a QQQ short or SQQQ long, the stop over high a day. I do think we'll see it fade into the day. Personally, I'd like to see if the Qs can start cracking these lower shadows right here. You know, a nice little double top. You have some divergence after it already cracked out of that falling wedge. I do think we can see this fade back down to 289.22 by the end of the day here on the Qs. There's the crack. That's a nice crack. Let's start really dropping here. Let's see if we can really start to drop here on the Qs now at this point in time. You know, I definitely see potential to 289.22. Again, it cracked out of that rising wedge. It dropped. I wasn't convinced. Back on up to high a day. False breakout over high a day. Divergence is very clean here on the Qs. I like that double top reversal. Like that negative divergence, that bearish divergence. It was high a day on red, and that's what I was thinking. Maybe a quick spike into a new high a day, and that candle flips red, leaving that upper shadow. You know, there's quite a few reasons that, you know, I like this for a possible fade. Again, back down towards around 289.22 here on the Qs. How's TTNP? TTNP's at 97 cents. Let's see how low the Qs are going to go here. You may experience little bounces along the way down, right? It's common. Like, look along the way up. Get a nice little leg up, pull back. Leg up, pull back. Leg up, pull back. Leg up, pull back. It wasn't just straight up. You had a nice little leg on up, you pulled back. 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 Leg on up, you pulled back, right? So again, you're dropping. Don't expect it to come just straight down. I mean, if it does, congratulations. But expect a little bit of a bounce and the leg down. A little bit of a bounce and the leg down. Expect to see, you know, that profit taking to the short side. Maybe some covering taking place. And then sellers come back in. And then you see it bounce on up. And then it rolls on back over. So double top. You did crack the neckline of the double top. Let's see a little bit of a bounce on up and start to see that next leg down. Right now, what, $100.18. $110.18. $120. Let me go ahead and take half here. Let me do the right thing. Let me take half here. Nah, I'll still hold it. I'll still hold it for a little bit. See if we crack 290. I do think 289.22 is possible. I do expect a little bit of a pullback, though, before the big old drop down to that 289.22. I do expect a couple little pullbacks, little bounces on up. But if it just wants to drop on off a cliff here, I'm all for it. Getting paid quicker, the better, right? The quicker, the better. I'm going to take half here off the table. Yeah, I'm going to be taking half here off the table. Qs are down below 280, 280 or 290. I'm 150. Let's take half off the table in 3, 2. Not yet. Qs are still below 290 here. 289.88 on the ask. Still holding. Getting ready to sell half. Fingers on the trigger. All right, let's go ahead and send the order out. Boom, took half off the table. How many shares do I have left? 250. Fantastic. Sell. Getting ready to send the other order out. I want to get paid at the end of the day. I'm still holding half my position, guys. I'm still holding half my position. I'm going to have to figure out how I remove my account number from Centerpoint so you guys can see the P&L. I'm taking this on my Centerpoint account. Again, I'm testing Centerpoint, but I got to figure out how to remove my account number from showing on every box before I pull it over. Still holding 250 shares of SQQQ. So again, you guys know when I'm trading the Qs shorts, I trade SQQQ long. Okay, when I'm looking at the Qs long, I trade TQs. Sometimes I will short TQs, but again, earlier I was like, why did I not just go long on SQQQ? It didn't make any sense. So this time I had SQQQ pulled up. I see the short on the Qs for the fade down to 289.22 by the end of the day. So I jumped in 500 shares on SQQQ long at an average cost basis of 52.67. It was a beautiful trade, nothing but red. I love it. Nothing but red, but we're decreasing volume along the upside. We're losing volume here. Getting ready to lock up this little profit we got here. Nice day of testing out Centerpoint, though. It was a very nice, calm, low position day to really get some comfortability here with this new broker that I'm using. So here in a moment, getting ready to exit this position. We are approaching the end of the day. I do want to secure the profits. I'm out. And done. So take it. So let me see how I can pull this over real quick and show you positions, orders. Order tab, that would be good. Is that an order tab? That is an order. It's not really an order tab. Close that out. So trades. Okay, cool. Account number, let's crunch that down. Okay, cool. Did I take it too soon? Damn it. Every freaking time. Sorry. Every time I get out, the thing drops like substantially. Like, geez, every time without fail. And when I don't sell it, I regret not selling it. All right. So where was that trade at? It was right. Yeah, right here. Okay. Yep. Towards the end of the day. Is that it? The sell's not in here yet. So you see that I had bought 500 shares of SQQQ at 52.67. I don't see the sell. Oh, the sells are right here. Oh, let's narrow this by time. Here we go. Okay, cool. So you see my buy of SQQQ. You see the buy here at 52.67, 500 shares. Then you see my exit at 52.96, 52.96, and I got some offer right at 53. I was able to lock in a quick 150 on that trade. So my goal was the double top reversal. We had divergence. I mean, we talked about the entire trade, and my goal was to see it fade down to that 289.22 by the end of the day. I thought that was realistic. It looked like it wanted to roll over. It looked like it wanted to fade into the day. But, I was just like, let me do the right thing and take some profits. And then literally the second I get out, you get another 30-cent spike. It's beautiful. And it was just in one candle. Just whoop. But again, green is green. Green is good. So I'll take it. I was able to add another little bit of profit end of the day. So not too shabby. I will take it. Still testing out center point. All right. So again, I was able to add 155, a 92, and a couple test trades. Small size, only trading SQs and TQs, no penny stocks yet or anything like that. Just getting familiar with the platform. I was able to lock in 155, able to grab 329 on my main account. And then the swing trade was on EVFM. The swing trade was right there. 509 on the swing trade. So I just like to be transparent with you guys. If I take losses, I show you. If I have wins, I show you. So nice swing trade. Nice couple trades today, guys. Good stuff. Now I gotta log all my trades. I'm gonna start linking everything to a like an online journal, and we're gonna find a way to try and integrate that into side of chat. Now I take screenshots. All right. Thank you, guys. And we're still dropping there on the queue. So congrats on the double top reversal there. If anybody took it for the wedge, you guys still did really well on the wedge. You took some heat here, but again, not a lot of heat. You ended up getting the double top reversal, divergence, all that good stuff. Good job there. If you guys set back, that's okay. Right? That's okay. If you guys just set back, you said, yeah, today's not my day in the market. I'm not really trusting anything. I give you guys props because you're doing something that a lot of traders simply cannot do. Sit back on the sidelines and not trade when you're not confident. So good job today, traders, and good work. Way to make it happen. Proud of each and every one of you. So out of sight, out of mind, we are officially shutting down for the day. Brokers are down. Nice little trading day, guys. Congratulations to everybody inside of chat. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day. As you can tell, I'm a little exhausted, but hey, we were able to grab some great profits here, guys, on the Qs. Able to grab some quick profits on SQs and TQs. A lot of missed opportunity on my part. You know, TTMP just fumbling the ball a little bit there, but still overall some good stuff today, guys. Making sure I don't have any open positions, and I am good. Do you want? The FOMC rally is dying into the close. It is dying into the close. Indeed, it is. Indeed. So right now, I mean, it was great. We saw it coming. You know, honestly, I'm kicking myself in the butt for not holding it longer. That's one of my biggest things that I'm really trying to work on is holding my trades just a little bit longer. But again, I'm a scalper, so I know that's something that's going to be a challenge because I have the tendency to lock in profits quick, and I'm not upset with my profits at all. Very happy. But looking back at it in hindsight, that's over $1 a share. That's almost $1.50 a share on SQQQ, and that would have been one crazy profit. I'm trying to get better at holding on a little bit longer, or at least leaving a runner on the table. But I tell you what, guys, every time I hold a little bit longer, it's a bad decision. It's a bad decision. When I put a runner on the table, I get hit every time. It's like 90% of the time when I'm like, let me hold a little bit longer, I get stopped out and I don't make money. I leave a runner on the table, it gets clipped, and I should have just taken it all. But the times that I just go ahead and do the right thing, that's when the thing just continues the rip or continues the dump. So I'm just going to stick with it. Green's green, green's good. I don't care where the stock goes after I get out. The only thing that matters is we're making money consistently in the market. So that's all that matters. That's all that matters, right, guys? That's all that matters. Maybe on the small account, we actually put ourselves in positions for runners when we do this small account challenge, and I'm definitely leaning towards it. We'll actually work on leaving runners within the small account, and maybe that'll bleed into my normal trading as well. So it's all good, though. Again, green is green, green is good. We had an awesome day inside of chat today. Congratulations to everybody that was able to lock in some amazing profits. Again, I had a decent day here today. Rob, great day. J. Doss, Corey, Trading Hunter, Rob from the NYC, Mr. H, Crypto Cole, Wicked Trader. Congratulations, everybody inside of chat. Way to make it happen. We had Heather over on YouTube lock in some amazing profits as well. I think we had some other traders over there locking in some awesome profits as well, too. So good job, good work. I hope you enjoyed our free stream Wednesday. You guys got some quick wins. You're able to lock in some profits. Well done. And again, team inside of chat, well done. Way to make it happen. Way to crush it. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Enjoy your night, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll see you traders back in your side of chat tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. as we do this again for another day, the third day of the week. And I tell you what, so far, what an amazing start to the month of July. I'm very happy with our progress. I'm very happy with seeing everybody inside of Profit Chat. Good job. Keep it up, team. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Let's go ahead and get those after-hour scanners loaded on up. Actually, let me save. We're not going to save. So let's go ahead and load our post-market scanners. And you guys are all set to rock and roll. We have no earnings tonight. So, again, it's probably going to be a slow power hour. Post-market. Probably a slow post-market. but you guys are all set. Ready to rock it, ready to roll it. All right, you guys are all set. After hour scanners an hour up. Do we have any final questions, comments, or concerns before we end our trading day? Heather, thanks for hanging with us. No, Heather. It's the other way around. Thank you for hanging with us. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you learned something new today. We hope you found this stream valuable and that you can take something away from it to become a better trader. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. And if you like the stream a lot, the least you could do for us is help support this stream. Share it on your social media channels. Subscribe, thumbs up. Definitely that goes a long way, especially sharing the stream with anybody else that you think would find value being here. We would really, really, really appreciate it to everybody that's over on YouTube still at this point in time. So thanks again, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for our pre-market stock selection period. Not really stock selection. It's more of a breakdown, pre-market preparation period. That's really what it is. But either way, 8:50, we'll see you on YouTube for about an hour. We'll have some fun, get you guys prepared again, and hopefully help you guys find some opportunity and get those quick wins in the market. So enjoy your evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning inside a chat at 7 a.m. Enjoy that night. Take care, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. And let's end it the way we always end it, ladies and gentlemen, with some positivity, with some motivation, and with some energy, and with some screaming. 3 and 2 and 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Woo! What a day. Fun working with y'all. I love you all. Enjoy your night. Be smart. Be safe in this market. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Take care, traders.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.